it out to fend for themselves. Mr. Speaker, anyone who does not embrace the opportunity today to try to right an historical wrong, they will be seen by the Grenadian people. And your action or inaction will speak loudly and clearly as to where you stand on this important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. Patrick West. And I now invite the MP for St. George Northwest to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I've heard throughout this entire session today, I do not know that there are much controversies related, while some statements were made about issues. Didn't appear to me to have so much fundamental differences that require some of the statements I've heard. For the member for St. George's Northwest, this is what we're doing here today. That's no news for me, because my own person and feelings over the years have been clearly demonstrated my views on this fundamental matter. I was going back to the number of elections that I was part of since '84. And in counting, I saw 9 elections from '84 to 2022. And each time, Mr. Speaker, that we had to open the Parliament and each member had to vow allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, my throat used to hurt me. It used to hurt me. Queen, what I know about Queen, but that's the law. So what do? I pledge. I pledged. I didn't have no feelings, but I pledged because I had to stay in the Parliament. Maybe if I didn't pledge, they might tell me I can't be part of while the people in Northwest voted, and sometimes gave me as much as 91% of the votes. I still had to pledge allegiance, not to them, to the country, but to my mother, the Queen. So clearly, I don't know, can we have serious controversy, I think, as the opposition leader mentioned, the process, maybe. We can look at this and we have statements to make on that matter. But the statement I'm going to make here is not pointed to members, personnel on the opposition side. Because the truth is I don't know where they were and what their positions were individually in the 2014-2016 when Dr. Alexis and his team labored together with the government of the day. So I can't really throw any statements about their support or lack of it as individuals, but their party, which they have a responsibility to defend, took an unfortunate position, a very unfortunate position. And if anything else, I thought when I heard members on the other side praising members of the Constitutional Commission, the citizens, and the member who led it, I believe there should be an apology, not praise, apology for not accepting the fact that they labored and gave enormous energy, that something they believed in. To them, it wasn't politics. And to us, It was not politics. And I remember way back in 1968, 69, the member who had been praised for his initiative in this exercise today, he took a very open, controversial position when the present king, who was Prince Charles, visited Barbados, and he was president of the Guild of Undergraduates at the time, and he stood in front of the queen, of the king, the prince then, and gave a Black Power salute, which became very controversial at the time in Barbados. So that Errol Barrow, the prime minister, then threatened to expel him from Barbados. So his position in this, I know it is for him and for people like myself who supported him then as part of the student body. This is not about politics. It's about inner self, your own being, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not here throwing any pick on anybody on the other side. I can't say I know. For example, the Prime Minister, I don't know he was a member of the NDC at the time. I don't know that, so I can't really say to him that, but he's leader, so maybe he has to apologize for his party for the position they took then, but that's up to him. That's not something I'm requesting. But I want to reinforce that the opposition leader was correct in our statements related to this whole bill. And yes, I think the member for St. Andrews, St. Patrick West, made the point correctly. Yes, we had to come here to Parliament. You can't go in front of a referendum with any policy issue and not come to the Parliament. So I don't think the member with the opposition leader was saying that we should not be here. At what she was saying, we should go further. After passing it here, this should not be the last stage. I believe that's what she was trying to say. And therefore, the member for St. Patrick West is correct. Every bill that we decided on then came to the Parliament. The only objection I have to what he said we cherry pick it. I don't think Dr. Alexis would be happy with this word because he was part of the entire process. What will be accepted at this time? What makes sense? So I would have loved to get everything passed. Knowing my position, I would love to have come here and passed every single thing. But it was accepted that we have to be realistic in going forward. So we give as much as we can take. In fact, it turned out that it was felt that we asked the people to too much at one time. And we know what happened. We know what happened then. So I just want to make this point. I don't need to speak at length on this because, as I said, my position in this is clear, clear, clear. So all I think I want to add is simply this. If we're serious about ourselves, we're serious about our children and grandchildren and their image, then we shouldn't just gloat about what we're doing here today. We should make a commitment going forward. So as the leader of the opposition said, yes, we passed this today, our allegiance to the king, but we still have the head of state. And since it appears that we are accepting that we may have to go to a referendum, so why not go to a referendum for everything? Why don't we go to a referendum for every single thing? That is what I believe that we should do. And I want to add, the head of state should be on, and the many other items which I'm sure the Citizens for a Constitutional Reform would hope that we do. would like to see many of the other items. Imagine putting Carriacou and Petite Martinique on the passport. Was objected to. And the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, because of advice from the political organization they supported, voted against it, which is, to me, sad, because to me it's so basic. And I'm sure, as I said, I can't say the President Representative Carriacou was part of that, because I don't know his position then. So, but the
Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Good morning, all. Pleasant good morning and welcome, everyone here in the chamber and elsewhere.
Item number 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Pleasant morning, Madam President and your staff. Good morning to my colleagues on the other side of the House. Pleasant morning to my colleagues on this side of the House. Dr. Francis Alexis, KC, and his team. Quite happy to have you here this morning. Madam President, I stand and I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 1st of July, 2025 at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
I thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber in Mount Weldale, St. George's on Tuesday, the 1st of July, 2025 at 9 a.m. be taken as read. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 1st of July, 2025 at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, 1st July 2025 at 9 a.m. be confirmed. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 5, messages from the Governor General. Item number 6, announcements by Madam President.
A pleasant good morning again, and greetings to our special members in the public gallery. I believe I see two of our notable, distinguished legal experts. It is Mr. Francis Alexis, QC. Take a bow. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the work you've been leading. And next to you, sir, if my eyes serve me well, I believe it is Attorney Lane? No. Is it Ewart Lane? It is Ewart Lane. Pleasure to have you with us, sir. You have gotten younger and more handsome, so my eyes deceive me. Especially at your age, but that's what intellectual work does to you, gives you youth. Thank you for your work as well. All other members, welcome. I think our numbers ought to swell by the young people a little later on. I want to, again, as per our last sitting, warmly congratulate all the families who are graduating students who have now just about graduated every class for the year 2024 to 2025. Mr. Minister of Education, I'm sure you're pleased that you have turned out, what, another 2,000 secondary school grads, several hundred TAMCC students and others, not just to join the labor market, to join something we call the adult world. And I trust and pray that all families and students find a reward for the investment they have made in formal schooling and other forms of education. May I also congratulate the nation on its first ever marking of the 1st of August as Emancipation Day in Grenada. It's an important beginning, legal emancipation from chattel slavery and enslavement of our people. And I trust that all the festivities which are proudly being anchored in St. Andrews this year will find a nation standing on its feet, looking forward as we continue our emancipation journey as royal and distinguished human beings. Congratulations, Grenada. And I also want to wish us a very safe and enjoyable carnival season that is around the corner. Here ends my announcements for the moment.
Item number 7, ministerial statements.
Honorable Senator Gloria Thomas Samuel, you've requested the floor. You have it, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good morning to all in this honorable house. I take this opportunity to bring this house, the nation, and the wider community up to date on activities and initiatives that we have carried out over the last 2 months or so at the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing, and Gender Affairs. Madam President, our ministry continues to be one of the most active ministries in the government of Grenada, and we pledge to continue to deliver on all fronts. Madam President, we held a high-level sub-regional consultation on the Inter-American Model Law to prevent, punish, and eradicate digital gender-based violence against women and girls. This was held at the Radisson Beach Hotel. This initiative was a huge success, It was a two-day consultation, and we saw participants from local, regional, and international stakeholders. The consultation aimed to foster a participatory space for dialogue, exchange, and reflection, with the goal of enriching the draft model law through the experiences and contributions of stakeholders. We had representatives from our government, civil society, academia, and international organizations. Participants engaged in focused working sessions to analyze and contribute to the draft. The result of this engagement was very rewarding and promising for future establishment of that law. The Chinese ambassador, Wing Hongqian, paid a farewell visit to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs during this month. During the visit, Ambassador expressed his deep appreciation for the cordial and meaningful working relationship that was developed over the last few years. Ambassador assured us that whatever he can continue to influence, he will do so to ensure Grenada continues to receive support and assistance from China. We wish Ambassador all the best as he leaves our shore for his homeland. Madam President, we observe World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, 15th June. The observance commenced with a message on television by yours truly, Minister for Social Development. And on June 17th, the Ministry of Social Development hosted a forum to observe World Elder Abuse Awareness Day under the theme, Expand the Discussion, Recognize the Signs to Reduce the Risk. The initiative focused on recognizing and reporting and preventing the mistreatment of older persons. The activity saw presentation from 3 distinguished persons. Dr. Wendy Crawford Daniel, who presented on the topic, Older People in Grenada. Mr. Jervis Dabrio presented on the topic, Avoiding Cyber Abuse, Safety Navigating the Digital World in My Older Years, and Ms. Jocelyn Redhead, who presented on legal issues affecting the elderly. And in her presentation, there was a surprise for most of us, because she explained to us that if children refuse to look after their parents, they could be prosecuted. The event helped in understanding elder abuse, how to identify them, and knowing how to report suspected abuse and supporting elder adults who may be experiencing it. Madam President, the ministry held a 2-day high-level policy dialogue on disability inclusion, rights, protection, and state responsibility in Grenada. As a ministry, we continue to collaborate with social partners to ensure active participation of persons with disability in policy development. Our SEED program. Madam President, we have completed the rollout of the SEED cash card in St. George's. St. Andrew, the activity is 90% completed, and we'll be continuing this work in St. David's in the next 2 weeks. Madam President, the issuance of this cash card has brought great relief to the beneficiaries who have received their card thus far, and the long lines at the revenue offices has dwindled tremendously. WASH, that is the water access and sanitation in households. On June 23rd, the Ministry of Housing held a closing ceremony of the WASH program in the community known as Lakabeke in St. Andrew. 23 bathrooms and toilets were handed over to residents in the community. Stakeholders who assisted in making this project a reality included NAWASA, LL Ramnani, Nation Builders, and other business entities. They all had a representative at the closing ceremony, and they expressed satisfaction for the quality of the final product. Our ministry is currently engaged in a number of community development infrastructural work, as well as people empowerment initiatives. We are constructing a bathroom and toilet facility on the Hope Beach. We have roadworks ongoing in Post Royal and Cafe and in St. Patrick's West. We have a summer program for children at Lafayette School. We have an electrical installation program ongoing in Happy Hill community. And so, Madam President, this is just a snippet of what we've been doing for the last 2 months. And I continue to ensure that our people at the community level continue to receive services and opportunities geared towards their enhancement and development. I thank you.
I thank you, Minister Thomas Samuels. It's always very, what should I say, uplifting for us as Grenadians to hear about the progress of our brothers and sisters in any field. I thought you were going to give a definition of who constitutes an elder, maybe by age, and I just want to be sure that I'm included among the elders, and to say thank you to Grenada for recognizing the ending of abuse of the elderly through an awareness day that is celebrated globally. So many older persons are abused actively or inactively, and this is an important stakeholder ill that we can eradicate. So thanks to the ministry and to the WASH. Again, the lifting of sanitation levels across the country, particularly in rural and low-income communities, is something to celebrate. So thank you for doing that and all the other social development work in the era of the SDGs. It's extremely important if we are to emerge as a truly middle-income country. Thanks to the ministry. Any other ministerial reports? The floor has been requested by the Minister of Tourism and other related portfolio. I'm not sure what he's going to speak about. You have the floor, Minister, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, yes, I do have quite a few departments in the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture. But this morning, I just want to make a small statement on the carnival, the fact that this will be the last sitting of Parliament, of the Senate, before the carnival season. I just, in anticipation, Madam President, I just want to welcome many of our visitors to Grenada for the carnival season. I've met quite a few of them. People started coming in already, and I can anticipate in the next couple of weeks, a lot of our friends and families, visitors for the very first time will be coming to Grenada to participate in maybe the best carnival in the Caribbean. Madam President, I want to also welcome our visitors this weekend from the continent of Africa for the Afreximbank conference that will be taking place here. I think it will be a very good opportunity to reconnect with our brothers and sisters in Africa. And what a time we are sitting here today, continuing on the road of emancipating ourselves from mental slavery and all of the forms of activities that will demonstrate our lack of sovereignty as a people. And we like to welcome those visitors from Africa and the Caribbean also. Madam President, I will also want to really and truly appeal to the community outside there to let us have a good carnival. Let us enjoy ourselves, violence-free. I call on all citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique to cooperate with the Royal Grenada Police Force. Over the years, we have had success in terms of having a peaceful carnival, and I really hope that we will have a better carnival this year. I also want to make the appeal to our friends and young colleagues who really and truly want to enjoy themselves and maybe think that the consumption of alcohol. I want to appeal to the young people, appeal to my colleagues to be very cautious in the consumption of alcohol. It's a time of the year when maybe we feel we can go an extra mile, but we know what are the disadvantages of over-consuming alcohol. So I want to really and truly appeal to the community to take it easy. Also, the issue of driving on our roads, we have recognized the amount of vehicles that are in Grenada today and how frustrating it can be to get from one point to the next. And during the carnival season, I really want to appeal to the public to drive cautiously and with care and attention. Madam President, last night we had this weekend we'll be having the semifinals, and Progress Back will be coming live. Last night we had a successful, groovy semifinals there. Tonight we'll be having maybe the best semifinal for the Soca Monarchs so far. The artists are excited. They are of good quality. The music is sung good. So I do pray and hope and appeal to my good friend on the side there that we may need a little extra hour this afternoon to attend the show. So if we can leave here by 6 o'clock, we'll be happy. Madam President, on Sunday we'll be having the semi-final for the Calypsonians, the Kaisonian, and also we would not forget our good friend in St. Mark, Victoria. And I'm urging all Grenadians to maybe visit Victoria on Saturday. From dawn to sunset, we'll be having the traditional mass, maybe throughout the Caribbean, the traditional mass has survived the most in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and we are very proud of that. And this administration has paid a lot of emphasis in terms of promoting and protecting the traditional mass of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The following weekend, our children will get the chance to participate in our carnival, and it's normally a long day procession for our kids, and we really want to come out and support them. And then we go into the carnival weekend. So once again, I want to urge Grenadians to participate, patronize, and be good citizens throughout the carnival season. Thank you very much.
We thank you. I can see Minister breaking protocol here. Thank you, Senator, for the updates, and I'm sure the entire chamber joins with you in welcoming and in cautioning. Thank you. Senator Roderick St. Clair, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would say good morning to you, and of course, both sides of the aisle. I want to say good morning to everyone, and of course the staff and others inside and on the outside. Of course, as I always comment on our dear Senator Thomas, Gloria Thomas's update is very important that we don't lose that fabric, and I want to commend her for the areas of focus. It's very innovative and creative. The whole issue with the digital abuse, if you want to call it, that's what I understand, with women and girls, and how you deal with that whole conference. And I know it's not just it was a local conference, and those initiatives have to bring light to the new dangers. You know, we speak about hurricanes and climate change, but those are those sort of changes that influence the people. And in all places, whether it's in the work space or whether in the home environment or business environment, and she has to continue to build on those for which we learn. Sometimes we have a regional conference or international conference. The question is, how do we take this and replicate at the village level, at the community level, such that it doesn't go far away? I know that that would not be far-fetched from her, hearing the work that is being done with, in the summer she speak about the electrical and all those different activities to get persons engaged. And not only individuals maybe from school or unemployed, but it's something that could happen all the time, especially not only just the unemployed, but a lot of elderly who might be home, might be retired, although we don't get the definition of elderly yet, may want things to do, whether it's to learn a foreign language, play an instrument, you know, do something. And so it's a challenge that I think the ministry has as we all grow old. But I know that she and the staff is up to it, that we can create many different nucleus throughout the country to keep those persons engaged. Some persons volunteer, which is okay to do things, but a lot of others want to learn to new things, maybe to crochet, to different things, to sew, to draw, and those things. So I'm just sharing some additional ideas that can come out from this. And of course, commend you for that whole issue with the session, particularly the digital part with the LA, because there can be so much different spams. They're online, they want to connect, and they see things popping up and so on. And of course, Mr. Dabrio has been doing an excellent work. We know in whatever means you call him, he's always there. So my comment is to commend you for that and to continue going ahead. And we look forward for great things from you and your staff. We know your staff are to be really proud of you with the support that you're giving them, and you're proud of them with the support that they giving you too. And of course, that was my comment I wanted to make initially, and it was good to see Leader of Government Business, Senator Thomas, Agent Thomas, making a ministerial statement. I think that's the first time he make one. I want to congratulate him for doing that. But on the issue of Carnival, I think I would want to endorse those comments that he made in terms of all of those areas, and in particular that original mass in Victoria is something that I didn't even realize this was happening, and it's sort of funny. When I went to a special session by Dr. Marcel, he was doing a biography, and he, I know, is a main man in orchestrating those things. And that was part of his legacy repertoire. And that's when I learned about this thing the first time, and he explained to me. And so now that I'm hearing about it again, I would try and make some attempt to be in Victoria, one of I would say my second home and my third home. I love it in that area. So Senator Quince, I would plan to be up there tomorrow at some time.
I thank you, Senator Sinclair, for thanking the workers in the Ministry of Social Development through its leadership and its representation here in the Parliament. Thank you for your thanks to the people. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Yes, Madam President. I just want to correct my colleague on the other side. This is not my first ministerial statement, for the sake of the records.
Call it morning exuberance. Thank you. Senator David Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to you. Good morning to Clerk, our staff, and members of this honorable House, and our distinguished guests in the chamber, and Grenadians and others following this broadcast at home and abroad, wherever you are. I'm happy to bring some brief updates on some very key initiatives taking place within the Ministry of Education. But even before I do that, I want to point out that we are in the summer vacation period, and I want to make an appeal for safety of our children. In fact, we've been in the practice in the Ministry of Education of sending a release out to parents and to guardians, because this extended vacation period is a period when we have increased risk to our nation's children. And so I'm appealing to parents, I'm appealing to guardians. Let's ensure that we know where our children are, that we know with whom our children are, where they're going, what they're doing, and we ensure that they have supervision. You've already realized that there have been quite a few house fires. And so it's safety, ensuring that the agents, the flammable agents, are out of their reach, and so there's always supervision. So I appeal to our population to ensure that we keep our nation's children safe during the summer. We want to be able to receive them warmly come September, without losing any of them, and without having them suffer undue stress emotionally and psychologically because of the losses that incur when there are these fires and unsafe elements. Also, even as we contemplate, as we go into the carnival season, we know that there are bad actors and there are lurking sexual risks waiting to prey on our nation's children. And so in that context too, I implore our parents, our guardians, to be extra vigilant in protecting our nation's children. I want to report, Madam President, that within the last 2 weeks, we've had, last week we had a 2-day math symposium. I think prior to it taking place, I did mention it in this house, but I'm happy to report it took place, and it took place very successfully. The 2-day math symposium, July 14th and 15th, it was part of a national conversation, a national math symposium, where we had representatives from the opposition, we had government officials, we had ministry officials, we had past mathematics professors, we invited other stakeholders across the nation to discuss the issue of mathematics nationally. This was part and is part of our national mathematics strategy, because we recognize as a nation, we cannot wait for CXC to do it for us. We cannot wait for the University of the West Indies, and while we would appreciate the help that they can bring, but as an independent nation, we have an obligation and a responsibility to arrest and to begin to discuss and interrogate the challenge we have in mathematics performances across our country. And so we had the featured speaker, Dr. Lois George, who is a senior mathematics lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus, Jamaica. She was excellent and created very instructive insights into a lot of the practices that we use in mathematics instruction. We had panel discussions, and it was just an energizing and very, very instructive 2-day seminar. That, I must say, is part of our wider 2025 to 2030 mathematics strategy, and that's being built out. In fact, the symposium, the 2-day symposium, Madam President, was to ensure we got input from all of these stakeholders to further refine the national mathematics strategy. Because there are some things we are quite sure about already within the Ministry of Education, some things we are doing, some things we are going to do, but we wanted public input to further shape the mathematics strategy that we are going to use in Grenada, CARICOM, Petit Martinique. So among these things, other interventions that we are going to pursue as part of the strategy would be to do widespread training and retraining of teachers in how we instruct mathematics. We are going to interrogate the curriculum to make sure it's a lot more relevant. And so we ensure that teachers and students get exposed to mathematics that make sense. Because not everybody sees the importance of calculus. Not everybody gets to see that. I mean, some who go on to engineering and all that will appreciate algebra, and they'll appreciate calculus and all of those things. But the average person needs to recognize that the driving, the kite flying, the kite making, all of these skills require mathematics, and we must make it more practical. And so that's part of it. So training, retraining, and we've engaged UE, we've engaged other university partners across the region to ensure that that's put in place. So that's going to be on stream. We've also engaged the Commonwealth of Learning for further training, right? And we're working with, I think it's ACT. I don't remember the acronym, but it's in collaboration with again, the University of the West Indies, to ensure further training of teachers. What we're also going to have, for the first time, we are going to have specialized teaching of mathematics at the primary level. We did have that in 1 or 2 schools, but it was at the distinct judgment of the principal in 1 or 2 schools. But we are moving forward, and we are going to start rolling out in 14 of our primary schools specialized mathematics teaching. In other words, you must have the content, you must be trained in math, you must have the content, and you will teach mathematics across the entire primary school, because what obtains right now, Madam President, is that every teacher teaches everything across the primary level. And we see that as a loophole, as an avenue where we can where several of the deficiencies in mathematics have been crystallized. So if a teacher is not particularly competent in this particular area in mathematics, chances are they may gloss over it, or they may just give the children an assignment. And so over time, some of these deficiencies could become crystallized. So but we want to make sure the people we use at the primary level, where they are most sponge-like, the students that is, they are being taught by persons who have the content, who are trained in the pedagogy, and are able to deliver it well. And so we are confident that this strategy over time is going to be a good yield. So that's the math symposium and strategy. I want to say also, we have happening right now in Grenada for the first time the hosting of the Caribbean Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, CAPS as it's called, and that is led by our own, the president of CAPS is our local, who is the president of GAPS, which is the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary School, Dr. Diane Abel Jeffrey, and they are hosting principals from across the region right now. I was able to be with them for the opening ceremony, but this week has been extremely busy, even with graduations and all of the other activities we've been having. So I haven't been able to get to many of the other activities, but I'm aware, and I've been receiving reports that it's been going quite well. Yeah? So help me with this. So we welcome all of the principals from the region to Grenada, and we do hope that they have a fantastic conference. Madam President, I'm happy to report as well that the Ministry of Education has received confirmation from the Cabinet to go ahead and procure devices for, not devices, let me be specific, military grade quality devices for Form 1 and 2 students going into secondary schools. And in addition to that, we are also going to procure electronic copies of the books that are on the book list. Now this is significant because formally we've made attempts, or formally attempts were made to have ebooks, but those ebooks were not aligned with the book list. So you had ebooks with content material that obviously could have been used, could have been adapted, but they were not aligned to the book list. So the uptake for that was never strong because it turned out to be double work for our teachers. It turned out to be the teacher having to say, well, in your textbook, it's on page 12, and in the ebooks, it's on page 40. And so we found that from our review that that was one of the factors contributing to the poor level of uptake. And so we are happy to announce that the books that are on the book list for Form 1s and 2s, we are going to provide the device. In fact, and let me not just say provide. We are going to sell at a very cheap cost. You're going to pay to own. It won't be anything that is prohibitive. But we have found that when people pay, even if it's $1 for something, there's a greater sense of ownership and responsibility. But when you own it, it will become yours, right? It will not be, and it will be a one-off. Whether we charge you $100 and you get a laptop that ordinarily was $1,500, we just know that you will value the $100 you paid for it. But we will tell you what those figures are, and you'll pay to own, and the ministry won't have the responsibility to continuously repair. So we pray then that you would take care of the devices, but the ebooks would be available there, so be aware. The rest of the book program continues as has been, so the books within the program will circulate and would be available. The ministry will make releases to that effect as well. I want to report also, Madam President, that at this time the Ministry of Education has a community library summer program. It's taking place in the community libraries in St. David, St. John, and River Sally. At the moment, we have over 100 young students between the ages of 7 to 12 gathered in those library facilities, actively participating in this program. And the program runs from the 14th of July to the 31st. This is happening as we speak. And it aims to ignite a passion for literacy, to provide unique opportunities for exploration of reading material, to generate renewed interest in our own community libraries. So in the absence of the National Library, which eventually would come, we are making good use of our community libraries, and we thank our community librarians and the Ministry of Education staff for pushing and presenting. Yeah? The Ministry of Education expresses huge thanks and appreciation to all of our partners, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, for collaborating to see the library summer project take place. There are a lot more things I can share, Madam President, but I would rest with those few just to be brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator, Minister. I know you do have a very active ministry. May I say that we don't have a military in Grenada, and I think militarism is not particularly a great institution. So military-grade equipment could be replaced by the concept of higher grade. Right? We leave that military language out of it. Thank you. Quite serious about that. And I am excited about the math symposium. So I'm going to give you some kudos on that, because the figures reported prior was really dismal of pass marks in math. And I was listening carefully to figure out if if the symposium was on strategy or was overall, or if it was really on the capacity to teach for learning math. And then you spoke about the fact that math will be taught by specialized math teachers in primary school. That has to be well received. I don't know, times have changed, because I think I learned my best math in primary school. And it wasn't from any specialized math teacher, but if that's the case, we have to inculcate a learning and competence in and love for math in the primary school. So congratulations and for that and all the other wonderful things you reported and those yet to be reported. I thank you. And I pass the floor to Senator Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to fellow colleagues, those listening at home and abroad. Pleasant good morning to all. I would like to commend my colleagues on their ministerial, the information that they have just given us with regard to what's going on in their particular ministries. Especially, I could start with the Ministry of Education. Math has a direct implication on business and trade. And when you focus on the foundation of math at the primary school levels, and you have what has just been announced as specialized classes in math, you then change the next generation. And we have seen many of us have spoken about this, and we're happy to see that that change is being implemented there. But we also know that socially, there are poor lifestyle habits within the homes. Many homes, children don't receive this type of support even from their parents, and they are bad actors in the community, on the blocks and so forth. And so for that young child, it is extremely important not only to deliver the subject material, but also through social services, as I've mentioned before, to deliver what they don't necessarily get at home, which is a strong sense of morality and a strong sense of what is right and what is wrong. So that must go together to help the personality to develop properly. I want to commend the initiative of the 4th Annual Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. Trade and investment is what will take a nation out of poverty. Trading is what will lift the communities, the inner communities, and businesses, people in that community out of poverty. This is an opportunity. Although it is spearheaded by the government, it really doesn't matter who's spearheading it. The fact is that you're going to have people from the continent of Africa coming to Grenada. I have been in contact with people from Guyana. There are business people coming from Guyana to this forum. And if business people come from Guyana and from the region to this forum and asking me about hotels and helping them in that area, what about our Grenadian people? Many times we have something right in front of us and we can't see it. We don't see the importance of it until we see how it is benefiting others. We say, oh Lord, I wish I had, I wish I knew, I wish, you know. So we don't want to have regrets. And that's why I want to mention it again, the importance of going there to open new doors, meet people that you would have never met before, have conversations with them, develop connections with them. It may not translate into business now, but it may translate into friendships, which when you then visit, you will develop business initiatives and partnerships with people. We have a problem for funding in our small island states. And in bigger countries, they have more access to funding and in many cases, cheaper funding. And we all know that 60% of the world's resources come from Africa. So I just want to reemphasize this, what the minister said with regard to this forum and its importance for all Grenadians that want to do business or even those that just want to meet and to develop a relationship with brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa. With regard to Carnival, it concerns me the disregard for our roadways, not only when it's Carnival time, when it's end of year, Christmas time, when there's, generally we have seen people parking, blocking roads, and to go to a fete with disregard for the vehicular traffic and our emergency services and the rest of us who need to get to go where we need to go. And I say that because there is a real cost to business. Every year, many businesses sponsor bus shelters all over the country. And every year, in addition to having to repaint their businesses, they have to spend money to, in many cases, redo signs and infrastructure because of vandalism in these same bus shelters and their businesses. So I think I would like to mention that at least the police step up their role with regard to protection of public property. Businesses do so as well, have your cameras and so on. And to make sure that we don't have a lot of losses during that time. Also, drunkenness and the fact that many people drive while intoxicated is not okay. It's one thing to consume, it's another thing to consume and endanger the life of other people on the road. And so, whilst we celebrate and we have a good time and we welcome our visitors, it is not okay to drive drunk. And I think the government needs to invest in breathalyzer equipment and other such equipment. I have the laws, the necessary laws to back it up to make sure that we don't have drunk drivers on our roads and driving our buses and our children and so forth. And finally, with regard to the safety of our nation's children, when we have fetes around carnival time, we usually have a lot of fetes in pastures and open spaces. And that has been part of the culture for decades. But there is no system of vetting. So when our Minister for Education speaks about safety of children, if a child goes up at a bar to buy an alcoholic drink, there is no system available for vetting the age of that child, because we know that women mature faster than men physically. And some of these girls might be 15, 14, and they look 18, 19, 20. So there's no system. And a lot of girls in particular could get caught. And then we have the social services have to deal with it 9 months later. So I think something has to be done in that area where the people who are holding the fetes and the bartenders are held responsible. They want to make money having this fete and that fete. You can't just sell to anybody. We have laws. So these are some of the things that come to mind based on the presentations this morning. And I just want to share these thoughts. I thank you.
I thank you for your responses, your very cautious and caring responses to the reports you've heard, Senator Rahman. And I join you in all that you've said regarding the exercise of caution and responsibility, and the both on the part of parents, business persons, and the general public. I also join you in welcoming the Africans, but we will leave that for later. Let the senatorial or ministerial reports continue with a request for the floor from the young and distinguished Senator Seville Francis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to say pleasant morning to all of my colleagues in this honorable House, both on the opposition side and our strangers in our midst in the gallery, and even more special welcome to every one of you, and thank you for being here this morning to witness the Senate debate and presentation. Madam President, I just want to touch on a few updates that will be coming from our ministry. All things considered, I want to start off by wishing the participants, our young people, who will be journeying to St. Vincent to participate in the Windward Island School Games. I know that they are going to do an amazing job, and they are going to make us very, very, very proud. And to the coaches and the different adults accompanying them, I wish them all the best, and I thank them so much for their service and their dedication to sports development in Grenada. In addition to that, Madam President, while we're on sports, I want to also commend the National Sports Council. They've been doing an amazing job in poking their head out from where they've been, and they've been fully engaged and immersed in their obligations. And this year they have partnered with the Division of Youth in the execution of the National Holiday Recreation Program, affectionately before it was named Camp Flame. So as a ministry, we've engaged our young people positively over the summer vacation, and I'm happy to report that the numbers have grown from last year to this year with over 800 participants. Parents, I am sure, they're very well satisfied to know that their children are in capable hands, engaging in positive activities over the summer vacation. What I am most impressed about this year with our holiday recreation program, Madam President, is the fact that it incorporates the sporting aspects. So sporting discipline from a wide cross-section. So that included basketball, swimming, the athletics. It's been a really amazing experience, and I know that the young people are really much enjoying that. On the 31st of this month, there will be the closing of the program, unfortunately, and I'm saying unfortunately here for the participants because I know it's something that they've been enjoying, but they will have the opportunity to showcase what they've been doing for the last couple of weeks. Outside of sports, I can tell you that these young people have been engaged in amazing things that will help them to become very productive citizens. So it's not just about the arts, but they've been learning candle making, they've been learning how to write calypso, they've been learning how to bake bread. And on top of that, there's an entrepreneurial aspect of that where they've been engaged by entrepreneurs learning how to market, how to build businesses, how to do all of those different things. So it's not just a summer program for fun, but it is one that will propel them to be productive citizens. And from last year, I can report that these young people have shared with me some of the products that they've made. In fact, on my desk, I have hand lotions and body butters that they've shared with me, and it is, without being told that it came from them, I really thought it was something that was bought at Bath and Body Works, for example. Really amazing products. So our young people are inspired and they're doing really great work, and I commend our team at the Division of Youth and the Division of Sports for executing this at the highest level. I also want to report that Carriacou and Petit Martinique, they have recently concluded their national youth elections. I know Grenada, we have our national youth parliamentarians from our Grenada, our mainland, and Carriacou was not a part of that because of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. But I'm happy to report that Ms. Casey Boson has emerged victorious, and she will be joining the National Youth Parliamentarians representing the beautiful sister islands of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So congratulations to you, Senator Cox, also. You now have representation in the Youth Parliament of Grenada. Madam President, I also want to touch on the Community Grant Fund, and that was something that was highlighted in my budget presentation. We have an allocation for access to Community Grant Fund, where our community groups, youth groups, church groups, once you belong to a community group, you have access to grant funding from our ministry and the Division of Youth particularly to undertake sustainable projects within the community. And so far we've had 5 approved community youth groups, and they have already begun executing their projects. So congratulations to those 5 community groups, and we are putting a call out for the other community groups to engage and to take advantage of that. Madam President, I also want to wish Ms. Kerry-Ann Marast, one of our Commonwealth Youth Council members. She will be journeying to Nambia to participate in the Youth Consultative Dialogue, and that is scheduled from the 4th to the 8th of August, as I mentioned previously, in Nambia. And we wish her all the best, and I know that Grenada will be represented at the highest level because she is indeed an exceptional young lady, and our future in Grenada as it relates to leadership and women involvement is really shooting out, and I am very, very proud for that. Madam President, I also want to inform this Honorable House that we also have 2 CARICOM or CSME Youth Ambassadors, and that is Mr. Kwesi Pope. He was one of the candidates for the National Youth Parliament, but he did not emerge victorious, and myself. So Mr. Pope and I, we have been to the CARICOM Secretariat where we spent a week thereabout undertaking some trainings to ensure that, and I think Senator Rahman will be very proud to know that our involvement is to help increase awareness in the opportunities that exist for trade across our region. So it's not yet completed. We still have some more trainings that we're undergoing for the next couple months, but by October, we will be fully acknowledged as CSME ambassadors for Grenada, along with our other colleagues youth colleagues across the region. So the future looks bright for trade in Grenada, and I look forward to, myself and Mr. Pope look forward to working along with you, Honorable Rahman, to ensure that our young people understand how important and the opportunities that exist for them as it relates to trading across our region and the free movement of goods, services, and our people. Madam President, as the senator responsible, or the parliamentary secretary responsible for youth, I think it will be very remiss of me to not take this opportunity to wish our young people all the very best for the carnival season, but most importantly, Madam President, to encourage them, or remind us rather, that there is life after carnival. And I want us to be responsible in all of our undertakings throughout the carnival season. You can have fun, but it does not have to be one that will be at our detriment. At the end of the day, as young people, we have a country to build. We have a generation to inspire, and we want to ensure that you are in the best capacity, functioning that is, after Carnival, to take our country where it needs to be. And to everyone else in here, happy emancipation, and I wish us all the very best for the festive season. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Seville Francis. Thank you very much. And you're absolutely right. Young people, hear this call. You have a country to build and a generation to inspire. Keep yourself in good shape to do that. Senator Roderick St. Clair, De Nuevo, once again.
Thank you, Madam President. And so it's good to hear these ministerial statements, notwithstanding the call for us to finish early. Yeah, that's the call. But two important points I want to flag, Madam President, in Senator Francis's presentation. One, the issue of the Youth Parliament. As parliamentarians ourselves, we have to commend her for what she has been leading, and of course closing the gap with Carriacou is one part, but also that they continue to be given all the support that they need so that they can learn and set new examples and new trends for the future of this country. It's not about us alone, it's part of succession planning. It doesn't mean that they would automatically end up in the parliament per se, because, you know, we have a competitive election, people have to go to voting, etc. But of course, there's also senatorial appointments on the other hand. And so we trust that, that they are given all the support and that they also look at being also subject specialists in certain areas, monitoring certain areas, so that they become specialized. So that maybe if they're not in a competitive part of it, they can able to be appointed in different senatorial positions based on the various expertise that they were able to bring forth to the table. So I see all of this. So you have a whole person as we move forward. The other point I want to raise is the issue of the community grant funds. Notwithstanding statements might be made to it, it would be helpful if Senator Francis could maybe refresh our mind, how does one access, because I think that statement you would have made would have conjured new sort of energies that how do we access these funds? 5 groups, and I'm sure we have over 50 different groups in this country that might be wondering how do we apply, what's the maximum amount of funds, that they can access. It might be a simple thing as go on a website or call the ministry. What may be some of the eligible area. And also, most of all, the issue of accountability for these funds, because not because it's grant funds, you have to account for it. I mean, I myself, you know, at the GCNA, we write projects, we get grant funds, but we have to account for it with the bills and records and everything and reconcile that those activities have taken place and audit of the monitoring that what we said we're spending money on actually exists and then the impact afterwards. I raise all of this to say that I trust that this approach consists of those qualities such that persons don't feel it's just free money given to community groups and so on. I know a lot of groups may not properly be registered and so on, otherwise we may force that. I wouldn't at this stage be hard and fast, but once there is some level of cohesion, and then you help to build, because sometimes we try to do all of those other parts and we become like the World Bank and the IMF and shoot our own foot and kill the intention of what we really, the spirit of the intention, but we build them that in year 1, year 2 or so, they become more structured such that they can access funding at other global levels where those things would be mandated. So I wanted to share and also seek some update on that area. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator St. Clair. I think this, your extension of salutations and your call or reminders around accountability brings to an end the presentations. No, it does not. I see a light on. Request for the floor from the distinguished gentleman from Carriacou.
Thank you.
And Pitimatnik.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, no, I just stand to just to bring a little bit of clarity and for us going forward. I didn't want to stop anybody in their flight in terms of the responses to the ministerial statements, but just to kind of keep things in order in the sense that the ministerial statements really and truly ought not to be a subject of debate in the House, but is an opportunity for members to decide if you have a question or some clarification from what is presented, that should happen. And so just, suggestions and back and forth on ministerial statements should not really happen as based on this.
Where does it say that, Senator? I understand your sentiment.
Well,
proceed.
No, I'm saying that in the sense for us to arrest this because we can have a debate and back and forth on the ministerial statements. While the standing orders may be somewhat silent on it, it's something that you don't want to start a bit, but it's a great opportunity for if there's a question from the ministerial statements, so some clarity. So I'm just saying that so that persons on this side, because I know that the other side is very agitated when Senator Roderick St. Clair puts on his light, So I am just saying that for us to just keep things tight. But it's a great opportunity for question, clarification, and so that members know that it's not a subject for debate. Yeah?
Senator Cox, I thank you for your recommendations on tightening. You come from a quadrille culture, which is the African call and response. If there's a call, there's going to be a response. If there's a quadrille move A, there's going to be a quadrille move B. And maybe that is what you perceive, and you may be quite right, that is what is happening. So, colleagues, in the spirit of quadrille and call and response, keep it short. Keep it short. Questions, clarifications. You can tell I'm enjoying myself because I'm learning so much about what's happening in the government sector, and it's encouraging by and large. I want to close this section out, since we've spent a good solid hour on it, by finally welcoming the visitors to Grenada for the conference, the African Caribbean Investment and Trade Conference, and wish all the visitors a happy stay and a productive conferencing. And may I also finally welcome back Senator, the Honorable Mayana Charles, back. Thank you. And I'm happy that you are returned through what has transpired. And I also want to welcome in the gallery, King's Counsel Ruggles Ferguson and Madam, whose name I am not aware of. So welcome to all the legal minds joining us as we switch gears. Oops, I did forget to say that I received a written apology from Senator Andre Lewis, who is out of state on business and is unable to join us. Thank you. And I have one more announcement at the end.
Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to present the following papers and reports from selected committee. We've got 4 of them here. Number 1, Grenada Citizenship by Investment Report to Grenada Houses of Parliament for the reporting period the 1st of January 2024 to the 30th of June 2024. Number 2, Grenada Citizenship by Investment Report to Grenada Houses of Parliament for the reporting period the 1st of July 2024 to the 31st of December 2024. Number 3, the National Insurance Board Annual Report for 2023 and the National Insurance Board Annual Report for 2024.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. Distinguished senators, these 4 reports are laid before you. Any discussions? Hearing none, we will proceed. There is a request for the floor. Senator Roderick Sinclair.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Thank you. I want to focus. First thing I want to say is that we have to commend the different agencies for submitting this requirement and complying with the requirement of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And of course, we urge many of the others who are not up to date to please be up to date with the information. It's part of the governance structure. Page 15, Madam President and members of the NIS report 2024, I wanted to make a few comments, and that I think that is under the, just check, I think there's a heading for that. I think that heading is the director's report, I think it is. But there are a few things on that page I wanted to just spot on.
Please give the reference again.
Yeah, page 15.
Of which report?
At the 2024 NIS annual report. Yeah, page 15. And there are a few points that catch my attention. There specifically, there's a subheading called registration activity. and it speaks in terms of the number of employers and employees that are member, because we know the sustainability of this insurance has to do with numbers. It's a numbers game. How many numbers we have, how many employees, how many employers are part of this, such that we can be able to get enough funds coming in, notwithstanding the adjustment with the age and also the contribution amount. And what is important for me in that section was the second sentence in that section, which speaks about there were 636 self-employed individuals registering in 2024. I am not too sure if that 636 is part of the 1064 employers, or if the 1068 new employers that were registered in 2024, if you have to add it to the 636 as this self-employed. But either way, I want to commend the individuals who would have taken to self-register, because most time you wait for your employer to register and to bring a nice benefit, but the opportunity for individuals to do it themselves. And of course, particularly in my informal sector, agriculture, fisheries, that sector, you know, I keep urging that persons need to register. It's good for them, for their wives, for their children, now and in the future, and for themselves. And so this 636 to me is a good number. And when you look at the age and of persons for employment in the country, etc., that is not a, my good friend Senator Lewis might be able to give me percentage of the workforce and all of those things, but I think this seems to be a pretty good number. Although it speaks that the self-employed individual registered in 2024, it's 17.6% increase compared to the previous year. So that means NIS is doing a good work, and it means that persons are seeing the benefit of coming on board, notwithstanding the increases in the contribution. And we have to commend them, and if the trend is going that way, we trust that others will see something good in this. So this is a very important part, I think, that is need to be flagged. The other part on that same page has to do with the section that speaks of investment, where we know that we would have adjusted the bill for statutory bodies such that they can invest in different portfolios. That was done sometime a year or two ago. And so what we see here is that the NIS has moved strategically to find new opportunities. And it's, as I mentioned on the same page, that is a strategic decision to get involved. In fact, if you look at the second column on page 15, so it's directly opposite where it says registration activities. On the other side of it, it says in that paragraph, as part of the strategic goal, a tactical decision was made to allocate a greater portion of short-term investment to the U.S. Treasuries, U.S. Treasury bonds, U.S. Treasury bills. So just in the second column on the same page, so you come down, you come down to that paragraph as part of the strategic. Now, this is good, but at the same time, we know what is happening within the whole global space and also within the U.S., and we trust that the brokers that are used, like, it's a long name, so I wouldn't try to repeat it, that the brokers will do justice and ensure that we don't have any challenges, because if there is challenges with short-term borrowing, then the negative impact would be very quick on us when we look in maybe 90 days 30 days to get back return, then the return might be much less because especially with the uncertainties in the whole global economy. The long term, you might say, okay, there might be recovery. So I trust that our local investment committee is looking at that. And then the last comment I want to make on this is very interesting. There's a graph there, investment portfolio. But what is important, below the graph, there is some writing. And it speaks to the NIS also moving away from, because you know that there was once upon a time, NIS was buying up lands in Grenada all over the place. It's good to have, but I guess maybe they have been advised that land price will only get thus far, and in real terms, not readily convert to cash if there's any challenges that they may face in terms of liquidity, free cash flow. So they have moved away, or they are moving away from this real estate land business and selling out and maybe using this money to do all these other investments. But also, they are focusing a lot on lending to members so they themselves maybe can borrow the money and buy the land, build a house, do a business, which is good. And so I smiled when I see that some $97 million it says here, it also reinforced our commitment to providing competitive value-driven finance solution. Out of the 31st of December, the total value of loans approved amount to $97 million. How does that compare to the commercial banks? How does that compare to the credit union? And how does that compare to the quote-unquote infamous GDB is another story. And so I say this, that the NIS, again, had to be commended with going into that market bold to create new opportunities for us as citizens, but also for the insurance board itself. And they have to be commended on that, and I think that they have to be supported because it is for the members, all the 100,000 members of the NIS. And if there is any ways to me that the regulations can be even changed and updated to make them become more able to provide more financing for members, not non-members, for members, then I think that that is commendable because to me what I'm seeing here is a lot better than what we are seeing with our own GDB in terms of making cash available for our citizens. That is the page I wanted to focus on because I think that constitutes the essence of the mandate. I thank you.
I thank you. I thank you for your careful reading of the report. And through the President, we want to thank the NIS for the report and for the work that leads to this caliber of report. And I want to recommend to you, Senator Sinclair, that you pay a visit to the head of NIS, the board, but the executive director, Mr. Cornwall, and converse with him. I'm sure he'd be delighted to receive you and to hear of your commendations and recommendations. Thank you. All reports are considered laid. I think I see the light of Senator Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. So just to add some clarity for my colleague on my left, Senator Sinclair, if you look, he mentioned, spoke about page 15. If you go down to page 22, I believe it is, of that same 2024 report, NIS report, you will see there the newly registered employers by parish. And you will see a a wider set of information from 2020. So you see the total amount of employers for 2020 was 676, then it went to 928 in 2021. Bearing in mind these were COVID times. So a lot of small businesses would have gone out of business. So that's not a real true reflection 2020, 2021 of the economy. Then in 2022, when things kick-started, you can see there were a lot more businesses that were reopened at the end of the COVID period. So that's 1553. And then you see it settle back down because competition sets in and so on. You see in 2023 it goes down to 1223, and in 2024, 1,068. So basically from 2022, the total amount of registered employers by parish, total amount of employers in Grenada went from 1,500 to 2024 down to 1,068. So that means that there are about 500 less businesses operating in Grenada over the last 2 years. However, when we look at impact on the economy, on NIS rather, we see that during the same period, if you scroll down below on page 20, so that was page 21. If you scroll down to page 23, if you scroll down to page 23, you see that newly registered employees by parish, you see that the figure has pretty much remained consistent. So you see in 2022, there were 3,203 employees registered with NIS. And in 2024, there's still 3,018. So what that means is that although businesses closed down, and a lot of small businesses went out of business, the bulk of those people were still retained. So people have found employment in other businesses. And so the amount is still pretty much the same. In 2023, it dipped to 2,671, but in 2024, it went back up to 3,018. So it means the numbers from 2022 to 2024 of employees contributing to NIS pretty much consistent. So that, I think I just want to mention that, that difference, point out that. And in terms of investments, I see here that, going back to page 15 that my colleague, Senator St. Clair, was speaking from. On the Treasury side, as an investment vehicle, generally, you know, whilst many of us may not agree with or like what is being done in the world in terms of wars and so on, and who supports it and the countries that support it, in terms of treasuries, the US Treasury have been very stable over the years in terms of investment. And Japan holds the largest amount of US treasuries in the world, and seconded by China. So when you see a lot of the so-called trade wars that you see between the US and China and tariffs, that's just to get a bigger piece of the pie. The US wants a bigger piece of the pie. But that does not in any way mean that they're going to abandon one another's economy, because they're heavily invested in one another's economy. China is the second largest holder of US debt. So I just want to point that out. So this is relatively safe, but I would like to see more investment in Caribbean bonds rather than foreign bonds. I just want to put that out. So that's my preliminary comments on that, on the NIS. And in regard to the citizenship by investment reports, which has the Prime Minister's name on it, so he's responsible for that area. We see some consistency. So I was looking at the number of citizenships issued for the 2023 and 2024, and we see that it is basically consistent, although it is projected, was projected in the budget to dip in 2025. So we'll see with the next report how that looks. So I just want to let the nation know, to clarify a few things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. And I know we're racing, and there's much, however, for discussion in these reports. the inference that I would draw from the first set of comments you made, joined to that of Senator St. Clair, is that while the NIS is doing well, small businesses could be at risk for their survival. And therefore, if the conference on Monday is under the theme of, what is it, resilience and rejuvenation, I can't recall exactly, then that's a signal for Caribbean investors, as well as investors from Africa and beyond, to invest in small and medium-sized businesses in Grenada. I think that is a message that comes clearly from these financial reports that are circulating across the country, at least one of the messages. Thank you. Madam.
Item number 9, petitions. Item number 10, government notices. Item number 11, unofficial notices. Item number 12, questions. Item number 13, personal explanations. Item number 14, motions. Item number 15, bills.
About to get on his feet, Leader of Government Business, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled the Constitution, Oath of Allegiance, Amendment Number 1, Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to amend Schedule 3 to the Constitution and Schedule 1 to the Court's order to change the oath of allegiance from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors to Grenada, shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance, Amendment Number 1, Bill 2025.
Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And all those who are of the contrary opinion say nay. Senator Thomas, Adrian Thomas, I withdraw the call for a vote.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Passed. Honorable Thomas, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I am pleased to inform this Honorable House that I do have the Speaker's certificate to proceed with this bill. Madam President, this bill seeks to amend Schedule 3 of the Constitution and Schedule 1 to the Court's order to change the oath of allegiance from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, to Grenada. Madam President, this bill contains 6 clauses. The first clause deals with the short title and the commencement of this very important bill. And Madam President, in regards to the commencement of this bill, it is our view, it is our hope that the first day of August 2025 will be the date for commencement of this historic bill. Clause 2 deals with interpretation. And if you read through the bill, Madam President, we'll see clear interpretation for the term oath, the Constitution, and the court order. The most important, Madam President, is Clause 3. Clause 3, Madam President, amendment of Schedule 3 to the Constitution is what it will focus on. Schedule 3 to the Constitution and the Oath of Allegiance is amended by deleting the words His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and substituting, therefore, the word Grenada. Madam President, long overdue. It's something we have been dreaming of for many decades, and it's something that we are quite happy on this very historic day today to stand up and be part of. Madam President, the sections affected in the Constitution relates to the Governor General taking the oath, Section 20. Members of the House of Parliament taking the oath, Madam President, Section 40. Ministers or parliamentary secretaries taking the oath, Section 65. And Section 95, subsection 1, deals with citizens by marriage taking the oath. Madam President, and in this particular clause, we have Section 98, which deals with citizens by marriage taking the oath. In Clause 4, Madam President, it deals with the amendment of Schedule 1 to the court order. Schedule 1 to the court order is amended in the Oath of Allegiance and the Affirmation of Allegiance by deleting the words, His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and substituting, therefore, the word Grenada. Another subsection in this clause, Madam President, deals with the court order is amended in the oath for the execution of office and the affirmation for due execution of the office by deleting the words, His Majesty King Charles III, and substituting, therefore, the word Grenada. We now move to Clause 5, Madam President, which deals with consequential amendments to every relevant written law other than in the Constitution and the court order. Madam President, in this particular clause, where in any written law other than in the Constitution and the court order provision is made or taken the oath, there appear in the oath the words, His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, those words shall be deleted and there shall be substituted, therefore, the word Grenada. Madam President, it goes further on to say, where in any written law, other than in the Constitution and the court orders, provision is made for taking the oath for due execution of office, there appears in such oath the words, His Majesty King Charles III, those words shall be deleted and there shall be substituted, therefore, the word Grenada. Later on, Madam President, within the clause, it says, where in any written law prescribing an oath, there appear the words, our sovereign Lord the King. Those words, Madam President, shall also be deleted, and there shall be substituted, therefore, the words, the people of Grenada. And finally, within that clause, Section 9 of the Oath Act, Cap 217 of the 2010 Revised Laws of Grenada, is repealed. And the final clause, Clause 6, transitional provision as to the oath of allegiance. Madam President, it outlines on the expiry of 12 hours immediately following commencement of the appointed day, the oath of allegiance sworn or solemnly affirmed to by any functionary prior to the appointed day shall cease to have force. And such functionary shall, within 7 days, immediately following the commencement of the appointed day, swear or solemnly affirm to the oath of allegiance, which shall come into force with effect from the commencement of the appointed day. Provided that if for any reason any functionary did not swear or solemnly affirm to the oath of allegiance within those said 7 days, such functionary shall be deemed to have sworn as solemnly affirmed thereto immediately upon the expiry of those said 7 days. Madam President, this is a big step that we are about to take in Grenada. And yesterday I had the chance, Madam President, to witness, despite the little discussion that was taking place, to witness a sense of unity within our society. Madam President, it was pleasant. I went to the Groovy Soca Monarch last night feeling good. And I came here this morning even feeling better. Knowing that, when I saw the results of the vote yesterday in the other place, it tells me that if we take our time just to think a little, we can do great things for this beautiful land of ours. The result yesterday was 14. 14 MPs voted in favor of the bill, despite we had 15 present initially. But, Madam President, this is good. And this is happening, Madam President, as we prepare to commemorate Emancipation Day on the 1st of August. It is fitting, Madam President, that we reflect on what brought about emancipation. But sometimes we present, and we are guilty of it, we present this piece of history as if life started with slavery and there was nothing before. So we start from slavery and then we go to independence, emancipation. But Madam President, I want us to pay attention that before slavery was introduced to this part of the world, we had peaceful inhabitants going about their business on a daily basis. So when emancipation came about, it was reinstituting that peaceful life that the inhabitants of this land was enjoying. And therefore, Madam President, it is important to make that point, especially when we're talking about emancipation. 1st of August, 1834, I would like to look at it as reinstituting that life that we had. But Madam President, despite we'll be celebrating Emancipation Day, it is the beginning and the struggle continues. Because there's a need for we to liberate our institutions, our symbols, and our civic rituals from the shadows of colonial rule. I am happy to stand here today, Madam President, and also report that in the Ministry of Culture, presently as I speak, we have a committee to deal specifically with the naming and renaming of some of our buildings and roads and streets in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. This is part of the journey, Madam President. And I will not hesitate to say that we also have a committee well established and preparing to establish our National Heroes Park. I would not say where it is located because we're still discussing that. And also a monument for the Grenadian soldiers who died during the invasion of Grenada. So we are on that road, Madam President, to continue the process of emancipation, emancipating, liberating some of our institutions, and to get our minds free in the true sense of the word. Madam President, this bill, which deals with the oath of allegiance, is more than ceremonial. Madam President, to pledge allegiance to the British monarch is to continue the legacy of imperial subordination. And this, Madam President, we believe is consistent with what we are known for, our resilience, our sense of self-reliance, independence, national dignity, and the sovereign will of the Grenadian people. Today, Madam President, is over 50 years of independence and almost 200 years since the formal abolition of slavery. It is high time for this nation to assert itself. It is high time for we to take ownership Madam President, by replacing the colonial oath with a pledge of allegiance to Grenada, it's one of the greatest ideals we can achieve as a nation. And in 1834, sorry, while the chains was physically removed, we know that in our minds and in some of our institutions, the chains were still there. And sometimes it's a sad story to tell our children. Because they will ask you the question, How can we genuinely celebrate liberation while reciting the oaths to the descendants of those who once presided over our enslavement? And as one of the Caribbean historian, Professor Vernon Shepherd, reminds us, emancipation is not completed until the structures of colonialism have been dismantled. And therefore, despite we are still talking about emancipation, it's a process, Madam President, and the process must continue. In Africa, they will say, a luta continua. Therefore, we must pay attention to that. A new oath of allegiance, Madam President, should commit every Grenadian citizen and public servant to do three things. One, uphold the Constitution of Grenada. Two, serve the people with dignity. And three, protect the sovereignty and integrity of our nation. Madam President, I would like to reflect also and maybe paraphrase one of our great Caribbean hero, Marcus Garvey, when he said, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." We know our past. We'll honor it on Emancipation Day. But now, we must ensure that our future is firmly rooted in our own soil, not in the legacy of the monarchy. And as we say in Grenada, the cow that drink water from the same stream whole day, bound to know where it belongs. If you have not heard this in Grenada before, come to St. David, come to Vincent's, come to Chamfleur, come to Mount Tranquil, come to Child Island. And you will hear this comment, and it means a lot to us. Madam President, it is time for Grenada to drink from its own stream, swear by its own name, and walk boldly in the future, fully free, fully sovereign, and proudly Grenadian. Madam President, I must re-emphasize the camaraderie that this Honorable House has exhibited over the last 3 years. I enjoy being here. And you can see, Madam President, every sitting, there is no long sour face inside it. We look each other in the eyes and we smile to each other. We debate, but we are able to dine together. And I believe that this process will continue because we respect each other inside this place. Many bills we came here with, Madam President. Many bills. I have heard it from the senators on the other side. We support. We think it's a good idea. And you feel happy for that. Those where we don't get 100% support, we discuss it. We debate it. And the debate does not finish inside here. It continues on the corridor. It continues in the lunchroom. Even when we depart, there is no hard feelings among each other. And I think that this bill, this very bill we are talking about here today, Madam President, we are debating and discussing, is a bill that I believe will get 100% support in this honorable House. And we will show the Grenadian people that we can unite in their own interests, that we can unite in building and being the architect of a country where each one of us can be proud of. So, Madam President, having said this, I now commend this historical bill to this honorable House for a meaningful discussion and debate, and ultimately approval. And I wish that when I leave here today, I can say, never again must we bow to foreign power or foreign sovereignty. I thank you.
I thank the Leader of Government Business. For his historic presentation. The floor is open. And I offer the floor to Senator Dwight Horsford. Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. And good morning to my colleagues. Madam President, I rise to be the first in the batting order on our side to say that I will gladly take an oath to Grenada. Gladly. Indeed, every time we sing the national anthem, we're taking an oath to Grenada. But unlike my good friend on the other side, I was not dreaming of taking an oath. I was dreaming, and I am still dreaming, of the Republic of Grenada. Well, Madam President, there is much symbolic importance in what we are undertaking here today. And I understand that there was a joint position the other place as to how engagement with our brothers and sisters in the public is to proceed, or wider engagement, I should say, is to proceed. Some say that is a little bit before behind, but that is water under the bridge, really. Now, as we take this oath in its new form, officially, I'd ask us, as I try myself to do, is to keep your feet planted on the ground, realistically, planted on the ground. Because as you engage with a very discerning public, there will be questions that you'll have to answer. And quite legitimate questions. In fact, I have been encountering them from colleagues and friends. And they are respectable queries, I should say, speaking for myself. And I say keep your feet planted on the ground, notwithstanding the symbolic importance of what we are seeking to achieve here. Because the reality is, precious little would be altered other than the oath. I gladly take it. No self-respecting patriot would not. But immediately after you take the oath for the due execution of office. And as recently as yesterday, I had to deal with a question posed to me. That right after you're taking an oath horse, you're swearing right after to uphold, honor, and preserve a constitution with a king in it. And for a moment, it appeared that we were going in a circle. But, Madam President, the framers of the Constitution thought it best not to give us any difficulty in relation to the oath. And so I don't see much in the debate of whether there should be a referendum or not. What I do think is important, as part of the democratic process, and bringing our people along with not just the idea, the imperative of constitutional reform, is substantial and continued engagement with them. There's no escaping that. That must be done. And in that context, I commend Dr. Alexis and the CCR for what they have been trying to do, and I hope they continue. I hope they broaden their reach, membership, and discussion. Our young people must understand, first and foremost, what independence means. It is insufficient, not enough, and it will go nowhere other than the excitement and the exhalation in uttering words if all we do is deploy emotional sentiments of anti-colonial petulance. Because just as I encountered these real questions yesterday, you will have students who often come in the gallery and visit us and say, all right, happy we are, like I am. We're taking an oath to Grenada and the people of Grenada. But we come inside here and we look at a crown in the mace. And the formulation for enactment is King's Most Excellent Majesty. And we have a crown symbol almost as a substitute for coat of arms, as a symbol of state, the embodiment of state. Now, in my profession and my colleagues, we would be able to wrestle with that and give some answers. But it is important to appreciate what the reality is and convince our people that all of this is not representative of you and me and us. But, Madam President, it's a process. All of these things require a constant plodding march. And so I began by saying that I appreciate the powerful symbolism of taking the oath to Grenada. And so, hand on heart, I support taking that oath. But my friend, and I don't mean to joust with you, we joust a lot, eh? But keep the feet on the ground. Because the character of the state hasn't changed and will not be changed by that. It is hoped, and I hope, there will be much upliftment psychologically and encouragement now, therefore, to engage in a serious Republican discussion. Because I will tell you frankly, I will feel as if I have been made a fool of if after this nothing comes. And I see people gleefully jumping for King's New Year on a list and CBE and them thing. Because it would be meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. Unless we convince our people that the well of authority, the power to shape our destiny resides here with us, down in Rebellion, not by the King's most excellent majesty. So, Madam President, this is important indeed. But in our exuberance, temporary excitement, with the harsh reality that this is a work in progress. And this ain't even a baby step yet. Because there's a mighty hurdle to cross. Socially, psychologically, and politically out there. Because I ain't busting no bubble, but let me tell you, them people outside ain't bothering with us and we out inside here now, you know. Don't bother with that. Particularly around this time with these festivities. People thinking about cost of living through the roof, crime going up, how they're making things happen for their families and so on. They ain't seen the importance of that. It's unfortunate, but I hope the agreed position of engagement is a real substantive, anxious one too. And there's a determination, a will to carry through with that. Because this, to me, signals a broader and higher value that we must now seriously consider trying to reach. And so with these few remarks, I know my distinguished friend is anxious to go. I could see all his notes. I offer these brief remarks to this honorable House and my colleagues and say that, speaking for ourselves and for myself, hand on heart, I support taking, and I hope, an abiding oath to Grenada. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Horsford. Thank you very much. Grenada's Attorney General, Senator Claudette Joseph, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, right. Madam President, it is indeed with great pleasure, pride, and joy that I rise in this honorable house to give my unreserved support to the bill now being debated. And that, Madam President, is the Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Bill number 1, 2025. And in simple terms, Madam President, this bill, once passed, will enter into force on 1st August 2025, and it will change the oath of allegiance in relation to persons who must take an oath of allegiance under Section 20 of the Constitution, that's the Governor General, Section 40, members of the Houses of Parliament, Section 65, ministers or parliamentary secretaries, Section 95(1), citizens by marriage, and Section 98, also citizens by marriage taking the oath. And Madam President, it will also change the oath of allegiance relating to judges of the court as prescribed in Schedule 1 of the court's order, and also in every relevant written law other than those mentioned before, where an oath is required to be taken, as prescribed by Schedule 1 to the Oaths Act, Chapter 217 of the Laws of Grenada. And that change, Madam President, to all these oaths will be from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, to simply Grenada, and by implication, and its people. So you could read Grenada to mean Grenada and its people. Madam President, these amendments to the relevant sections, well, I should not say to the relevant section, the amendments to Schedule 3 of the Constitution, we might consider a low-hanging fruit. And in fact, in all of the positive responses that we have had to this proposed change, we've also had comments to the effect that it took too long. why didn't we do this before? That is a common expression we've had since discussions on these bills commenced. So, Madam President, we are satisfied that this change enjoys broad national support. And that is why, Madam President, yesterday in the lower house, all members, government and opposition, present and voting, voted in favor of the passage of the bill. And in fairness to the one member who did not vote, he was not present when the vote was taken. That member made his presentation and had to depart early. So we had, Madam President, unanimous support. Even after a spirited debate, in the end, all members of Parliament did what is right by our collective conscience and what is right by the people of Grenada, and supported this bill. Madam President, there was among members in the other place an understanding that continued public discourse will happen after the passage of this bill, and we are committed to this. And Madam President, I am prepared to start with that discourse today by explaining to our listening and viewing public, and I wish good day to all of you listening on the various platforms, and helping to understand why there is no deficiency or flaw in the process that has been so far undertaken to pass these bills in the House, and why there will be no error on the part of the legislature to have these oaths of allegiance bills come into operation even as we engage in the public discourse that we agreed to. Madam President, that is because our Constitution at Section 39 speaks to how that Constitution might be altered. And the provisions of Section 39 means that essentially all of the provisions of our Constitution are entrenched, meaning that they cannot be changed in the same way as an ordinary act of Parliament can be changed. In the case of an ordinary act of Parliament, we all know an amendment is made simply by tabling a bill in the lower house, and once a simple majority approves that bill, it comes to this house, and once a simple majority approves it, it goes to the Governor General for assent, and when that assent occurs, it is published in the Gazette and becomes law. In the case of provisions of the Constitution, those provisions that are entrenched require a majority of 2/3 of the members of the House. So we have 15 members of the lower house. So at least 10 members of the lower house must vote in favor of a constitutional amendment, any constitutional amendment. We had that yesterday. In fact, we had all of the members voting in favor, save one who was absent. And then it comes to this House where a simple majority is required. And that's how a constitutional change is effected for provisions that are entrenched. And then there are provisions that are deeply entrenched. And those provisions require, after the process that I just described happening in the Parliament, it goes to the people in a referendum. And in that referendum, 2/3 of the persons voting in that referendum must vote in favor. And then, if that occurs, the change is effected. The change we are proposing to this Honorable House, Madam President, is not deeply entrenched. So for it to become law, all we need here to do today is, on a simple majority, approve the bill before this Honorable House, and then it goes to the Governor General for assent, and in this case, because it's a constitutional bill, it must be accompanied by a Speaker's certificate when it goes to the GG for assent in accordance with Section 39(8) of the Constitution. Madam President, Schedule 1 to the Constitution specifies all of the provisions of the Constitution that are deeply entrenched, meaning that will require a referendum in order for them to be changed. The sections that we are proposing to amend today, Madam President, do not appear at Schedule 1 of the Constitution. That is, Sections 20, 40, 65, 95, 1, and 98, and also Schedule 1, or the first schedule, to the court's order. So, Madam President, a referendum is not needed for these changes to take effect. And this is, Madam President, confirmed also in a decision of our highest court, the Privy Council, out of the jurisdiction of Belize. And the name of the case is the Prime Minister of Belize, the Attorney General of Belize, and Alberto Velos and others. And part of what the court said in that decision, my lord, sorry, I switched to court mode now. Part of what that decision said, Madam President, is that if you have a situation where a referendum is not required, and it does occur, it would only be in value consultative or advisory. And where a referendum is not needed, the process of amending the Constitution could proceed in the normal way, whether a referendum was held or not, and regardless of the result. And I make that point for persons out there who still incorrectly suggest that to make this change, we need a referendum. We say we don't, but even if a referendum is held, because it is not needed, no matter the outcome, the law passed in this House in relation to these amendments will remain valid. And Madam President, despite what everyone or various people have been saying, there have been only a few nameless, faceless people who have, well, we don't even know if it's robotics or AI, but we've seen some written information suggesting that there is some opposition to replacing King Charles III, his heirs and successors, with Grenada when senior officers of government and the state take their oaths of allegiance and office. But all of the persons who have shown their faces and have made comments, I have seen none so far that suggest that this is not an appropriate bill for this honorable House to pass, and this was not an appropriate policy position for the government to have taken. Madam President, this is about a next step on the road to true independence and self-determination. This is about pride, national pride as a people. And for me, who was required to take the oath of office, I must confess I was quite uncomfortable to do so. It was a necessary act. But Madam President, I must say, I personally, as a matter of personal pride, now I can't wait to retake the oath. And to do so to Grenada and the people of Grenada. So, as we work, Madam President, towards celebrating Emancipation Day for the first time in our history, on the right day, the 1st of August, we look forward, Madam President, to this legislation coming into operation on Emancipation Day. And Madam President, I would submit to this honorable House, Madam President, that while indeed this step is symbolic, it is also substantive. It is also substantive. And I too am one of those persons who wonder why we did not do this before. Dominica, for example, on attaining independence, went straight to being a republic and went straight to, of course, swearing allegiance to Dominica. The way our Constitution is set up, while we can effect this change without the need for a referendum, we can't do so in relation to becoming a republic. The relevant sections of the Constitution in relation to becoming a republic, changing our head of state, as I read them, require us to have a referendum. And interestingly, on the 2 occasions we tried, that issue was not put to the people. That was not one of the issues on the ballot paper. So we've never asked our people. Although all of the reports in constitution reform attempts, going back to 1985 with Justice Liverpool and Carol Bristol's the Liverpool Commission, and Professor Simeon McIntosh, and then the later commission in 2016, all of those suggest that the people of Grenada want generally to do away with the monarch, either as head of our state or in swearing allegiance. All of those suggest that. Because we all know what the monarch represents. History shows that the royal family itself had links to slavery in the West and profited from slavery. History shows that the Bank of England actually owned estates in Grenada. In fact, We wrote them with the assistance of Dr. Alexis again. Dr. Alexis is a national gem. With the assistance of Dr. Alexis last year, we wrote the governor of the Bank of England in relation to reparations for enslaved people that the bank held in 2 estates on this very island. I don't think I ever saw a response from the governor of the Bank of England. And that in itself tells the regard with which our former colonizers still hold us. So as we move step by step, little by little, to de-link and decouple altogether, I would implore all members of this Honorable House to vote in favor of this bill. And I will go as far as saying not to do so would be quite an undignified thing. And raise question about self-worth, how we feel about ourselves as a people. So as the elected members in the lower house did yesterday, I urge all of us to support this bill and to take advantage, show how deeply we feel about this by complying, ensuring that we comply with the provisions of Section 6 of the bill once it becomes law. And that section deals with transitional provisions as to oaths of allegiance. And it says, on the expiry of 12 hours immediately following the commencement of the appointed day, and that day in the bill is the 1st of August, the oath of allegiance sworn or solemnly affirmed by any functionary prior to the appointed day shall cease to have force, and such functionary shall, within 7 days, immediately following the commencement of the appointed day, swear or solemnly affirm the oath of allegiance, which shall come into force at the commencement day. So I trust that we all will take the opportunity. It's not many of us in the whole scheme of things. I pointed out the people. We should, except for the citizens, of course, it might take them a little longer, we should endeavor to retake our oaths. Doing so, swearing or affirming our allegiance to Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique and its people. And of course, there's a proviso there that if for any reason any functionary did not swear solemnly affirm to the oath of allegiance within those 7 days, such functionary shall be deemed to have sworn or solemnly affirmed thereto immediately on the expiry of those days. So there is an automatic presumption that you had taken the oath of allegiance to Grenada if you did not actually do so within the 7-day period. So, Madam President, I think this is quite a historic occasion, and I am happy to be part of the legislature that has made this history. And I was thinking, I might be too young to recall, but in my short life, I would say, I do not ever recall there being an occasion in the lower house where all members supported a bill. Apart from the occasions where, of course, the same political party enjoyed all the seats in the House. But I'm saying in my recollection is that I don't recall where there were opposition and government, coming from different political parties, all voting for a bill. I may be wrong. That's just my recollection. And I take this opportunity, Madam President, to thank the members of the Citizens for Constitution Reform, whose initiative it was to bring this suggestion to the Prime Minister and myself as Attorney General. And of course, it was my responsibility to sell it to the rest of my cabinet colleagues. It wasn't too hard to do, to sell it. And so I see some of the members here. Dr. Francis Alexis, thank you very much, Doc. Thank you. Mr. Ruggles Ferguson. I see Ms. Andrews. Ms. Andrews, yes. Mr. Lane. There's another lady there. Hi. And all of you know there's Dr. Grenade. Forgot your name, sorry. Wendy Crawford, Dr. Wendy Crawford, it's a what? Lady Anande Trotman Joseph. So it's a wide cross-section of good citizens, good and conscious citizens that comprise the Citizens for Constitution Reform. And we look forward to continuing to work with you as we bring meaningful and substantial changes to our people, changes that will lift us in terms of morale, dignity, self-pride, self-worth. These things are important. National pride is important. So we would like to place on record our thanks. And even more so, after we got the submission from the committee, and we were trying to get the legislation drafted, and we were taking a little too long. And I reached out to one of the members of the committee, and I said to them, look, we're working on this, but because of our other workload, it's taken a little longer than we anticipated. So could you help help us with drafting the bill? And of course they obliged, because of course I know the quality of the people headed by Dr. Alexis on the committee. And so they also not just presented the idea, but assisted us with drafting the bills that we are debating today. And we had several conversations and consultations over a period of a little over a year. So this is not last minute off the cuff. And went through the legislation, made all the different changes and so. So it was also a good and pleasurable thing working with this group, Madam President, to bring this first constitutional change that will come into force to our people. So, again, as a proud Grenadian, I commend this change in our Constitution to this Honorable House and commit to continuing with the public engagement and public education that the members of the lower house agreed to yesterday. But that will not affect coming into operation of the bill. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Madam Senator. With pleasure, pride, and joy, your words. And I thank you for the first lesson to the public. And I thank you for the reminder. I was thinking when we reconvene in September following our August recess that we could retake our oath, because I think the sentiments you expressed are probably shared, widely shared, let's say. However, there is another opportunity. It's an opportunity on the 1st of August. I will ask the chair of the board of the Grenada Celebrations Committee, Mr. Christopher DeRiggs, and the executive director, Livingston Nelson, to see if it is possible to make space available for taking of oath at that midnight hour celebration of emancipation. And my ulterior motive, apart from retaking the oath, is to get all of you to come up to St. Andrews. I thank you, Senator. There are no requests for the floor. And so I offer the floor, Senator, Leader of Government Business, are you? I was
Madam
dreaming.
President, now I realize this is not the West Indies, guys. The ball is not so bad. It's a friendly wicket. I don't understand. It's a very friendly wicket, Senator Queens. Everybody, yeah. Yeah, it's, I know I may have a little body to take the ball, but there is no bad ball. I mean, it's a softball, wind ball cricket. So, I would start, Madam President. I take this opportunity to make my contribution towards this bill, Constitution, Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 1, Bill 2025, which seeks to amend Schedule 3 of the Constitution and Schedule 1 to the court's order to change the oath of allegiance from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, to read that we are taking this oath of allegiance to Grenada. So this is a discussion. I must say that officially, about a month ago, I became engaged in about a 2 or 3 hour discussion with Dr. Alexis, of course, Attorney Ewart Lane, Brother Ferguson was on the connection, but he was not able to join us properly. Of course, Senator Rahman and my good friend Senator Luis, who, of course, is unavoidably absent today, and I know that he would have loved to be present to speak extensively on this important matter that he might have been in with this before. In that meeting, and this is important that I say this, we are presented essentially several of the discussed that Leader of Government Business and Senator Attorney General would have presented. Of course, we had a lot of questions, and of course, there are a lot of answers. My good friend, Dr. Alexis, who I know way back when, was very good at his responses, and of course, some responses he said, well, let Brother Lane answer them because they were a little bit too hard for him to answer. And I understand his modesty in that. But what was important for us in that discussion, and for me in particular, were 2 things. I was trying to get it through the notes. Somehow it's there, but I'm not seeing it. But 2 things. One of the main thing was, so what? What, at the end of the day, is this change going to create? And he passed that answer to Brother Lane to answer. And Brother Lane said, you know, my wife asked me the same question. And it was good, and that he was able to say that. Because notwithstanding the exuberance, quote unquote, to take a word from my good friend who went before me, Senator Horsford, so what? And as I sit here and reflect, I know the Leader of Government Business speaks about the change and we change and we change. I know when schools were called Bernadette Bailey. I know when schools were called Jeremiah Richardson. And I know many more and many others can call. I know when no constitution existed, so I guess there was no oaths and no allegiances. I say this to say, Madam President, sometimes we have to check our history. I wasn't good at it, but of course, these are things that I recall and stand corrected. So we have been there. And the question is, what has changed? What has changed is time, people, circumstances. And I say this to say that in the context of laws in particular, notwithstanding, you may not need a referendum, as I humbly suggested back to Dr. Alexis, and then he asked me for some numbers to contact different people, but I was sort of busy in the schedule. We need to take this to the broader community. I think we all agree with that, notwithstanding the direction. Because at the end of the day, while this may affect in the immediate 100 or 200 persons, there are several other persons in this country who are equally eligible to fit any one of the positions that are so affected by any of the sections referred to and will be covered and impacted by this bill. So the issue of public education in its true sense is not a difficult thing. We have done consultations sometimes in 1 week for very serious issues. And this is a serious issue. This is not a simple issue. And so I think, and I was astonished to learn that over a year now this thing been discussing. So there were several opportunities. I don't know what is the consultative record, which is a good practice for legislation and establishing bills and so on. There is a consultative record. It would be good to know outside of the government itself, outside of us, and I know outside of the opposition, which were also contacted and discussed with, from discussion with Dr. Alexis and his team. Who are these other people? Conference of churches, community groups, principals, schools, parents, PTA, a lot of groups in the country. Maybe there was. So I'm just asking. Because if it wasn't said, it doesn't mean that it didn't take place. Because it's good practice to have consultation. Then it goes to the issue of impact. So what? They say, well, you know, we will feel liberated. We will feel better. We will feel... So it's like, you know, some persons may depend on the clothes they wear, depend on the hairstyle, they feel different. Of that day, they feel more bouncy. Some days they take a new hairstyle, they do a new hat, a new top. So you feel new. The question is, how with this change in this word, and I think it was St. Oswald says, you know, our national anthem, Hail Grenada. How has that changed us? And would this part change us? The question is, who is changing? Who really taking his oaths? Not the average citizen in the community, on the blocks, in the rum shop, in the church, in the school, at the home. This oath are for a specific group of persons. So by and large, so if you listen to Governor General, parliamentarians, all of these people. So by and large, you're speaking about maybe less than 5% of the population immediately is affected by this change we are speaking about. By and large, the rest of the population, it doesn't affect them unless they come in that realm. So maybe the issue of not having it to be a referendum might be part of that consideration, and understandably so, maybe. Maybe. So, and maybe that is why maybe there is no need to have this broad consultation, because it's just a few people it's really affecting. I don't know, I'm just looking at the logic on that. We're not saying whether it is a bad thing, we're not saying it's bad. We're just looking at process. Because sometimes they say, well, I learned as a little boy, it's not what you do, but it's how you do it. I could come to you and say, give me my glasses. I could say, can I have my glasses back, please? It has two different effects. It has two different results and different buy-ins. Of course, Madam President, on the issue of buy-in, interestingly, as I was sharing with my good friend Senator Rahman, the CAP 217, which is the oath of allegiances, the whole group, everybody has to take different oaths. Everybody, whether it's jurors, witnesses, Governor General, everybody. That Oaths Act 217 is maybe even more important than even the adjustments we are looking at. Because this Oath Act, it speaks about how to take an oath, the issue of perjury, so what you say is not the issue now, but how you say it, and if you don't say it. So for example, I heard the Governor General mention, the Attorney General mention, well, she was wondering about whether she had to take the oath, and so she realized she has to take it. Well, all of us. Well, I just realized that myself as I do my research. And I learned that Clause 8 of this chapter 217 says, Madam President, penalty or refusal or neglect to take oath. Because you know, once you have laws and regulations, you must have penalties, consequences, etc. It says, if any person bound by this act, that's the Oath Act, which all these different sections, 20, etc., that we are referring to, connected to. If any person bound by this act to take the oath of allegiance of the official oath, or both refuses or neglects to take it when duly tendered, meaning when it's ready, he or she shall, if he or she has already entered on his or her office, vacate it, mean to leave. Or if he or she has not entered, shall be disqualified from entering on it, but no person shall be compelled in respect of the same appointment to an office to take the oath or oaths more than once. So, this brings into question two issues. Issue number one is, as we say sometimes, if you want to be in the dance, you have to pay to be in the dance. And the paying is to take the oath. And what it says further, which is important, is that, but no person shall be compelled in respect of the same appointment to an office to take the oath or oaths more than once. So the question arises whether or not we can all re-oath, if we want to use that word, as is considered in some circles. The same office and re-oathing. Of course, one may argue, well, it's not to the king and the queen anymore, it's to Grenada, it's a different oath, which brings a new question to us. Is it the same oath? And so, I think we have to be pay this in Cap 217 some due consideration. Notwithstanding that, Madam President, I don't like to refer to AI as a place of good information. But you know, they say times change, and AI is it. And AI is what it will be. So, according to AI, if I may quote AI, when I do a search on allegiance, because that was a debate, for me it was very, Dr. Alexis, what really is allegiance? And his response back then, and I know he's in the crowd and I know he cannot say anything, so we could discuss afterwards, but I'm not going to lie. He said, you know, from all his readings, he never saw really an official definition per se. And I accepted that. But in long and short, his conclusion was, because this is important, you know, we keep speaking on the oath, but the real issue is the allegiance. Is it allegiance to Grenada? Is it allegiance to a dog or a cat or to the queen or a king? That is the most important thing. What are you paying? Is it to the God, to Lord? What is this allegiance to? And allegiance, in his words to me, and us who are sitting there at the meeting, is to follow, to honor, to abide, uphold the laws and regulations, etc., of your country. To be a law-abiding citizen in the long and short. That's what it means. So what it means that we, who are taking this oath, Madam President.
Thank you for your attention. According to rule number 41 of our standing orders, a senator present in the debate shall not read books, newspapers, letters, or other documents, save such as relate to the business before the Senate. It was written before the period of AI. And what I would like to, therefore, advise you is to be exactly precise in quoting AI. Quote when your citation begins and indicate when it ends. Please do. Thank you.
Yes, Madam President. I haven't got to that part because there are two issues, Madam President. I'm trying to show the convergence of views, meaning that from our meeting, the definition that was put forward to us at the time, and of course, in the context of allegiance, what AI is saying. So I didn't quote the AI first, I quoted chronologically what was said at the meeting, and now I'm going towards the AI, which says, an oath of allegiance is a formal declaration of loyalty and commitment to a specific country or its governing body, often sworn by new citizens or those entering public office. It signifies a pledge to uphold the law, defend the Constitution, and support the nation. And of course, it had other things speak about. So I wanted to...
End of quote.
End of quote, yes. So I wanted well, it has another line, if I close it properly, Madam President. It says, in republics, the oath is typically sworn to the country and its constitution while in constitutional monarchies, it might be sewn to a monarch. I think that is very important. End of quote. Because this brings us into a new realm. I heard the word republic mentioned earlier, but I would not go there right now. I would go to that point. So I'm saying that that brought clarity in the discussion, in that consultation as to what am I committing to. And to me, it's clear. As citizens, we should be committing to our country, to our laws, to what guides us, to uphold it. So Dr. Alexis was on point. However, Madam President, interestingly, AI went on to say in that same quote, normally, in a republic, you allegiance to a country. So the question arises, as myself and my good friend Senator Rahman was quipping earlier, the word Grenada, if you look at the writing of the bill, he said, why not the name Grenada? Because Grenada is a country. And so the question is, what really is Grenada in the context of this allegiance and the context of republic and non-republic? These are questions, valid questions to be raised based on process. The road to republic. I heard my good friend, leader of government business, say, well, it's the first step, it's a process. I heard my good friend, Senator Dwight Horsford, say, keep your foot down. Well, I'm trying to figure that out. But yet still, he wants to see republic. But I guess he figured a republic must come. And of course, we know that is a higher order. That involves, as our AG says, a referendum. So the question arises, to what degree, is my understanding, this allegiance is like an indoctrination. It's a belief, right? That will take time to reach to that maximum. And will we ever reach a maximum if the maximum really is republic, to really transform that allegiance to Grenada? So Grenada, you want to stretch to reach it, but you are not there yet. And so the question could arise, how soon would we get to Grenada? That's the question. Because the allegiance really and truly is not to Grenada. It is for Grenada, because we have not gotten there yet. I have not gotten there. It's an allegiance for, I want to achieve, because we are not there yet. And so the question arises, so I would have expected to hear, Madam President, what's the plans for us getting there? How soon do we plan getting there? What is the cost implication? Because we have done referendums before, so we have some general framework as to how to get there. Of course, as was said by our learned Attorney General, Dominica got there. But Dominica got there, according to the learned Dr. Alexis in our meeting, because after, well, I guess that's why he is well paid too, spending a whole night looking for that word. And I can't remember the exact word, but there are two words in the Constitution that they were able to, I wouldn't say it's a loophole, so two words that was established in the Constitution that gave them that window, and I'll call it that window, to able to transform into republic without having to go to a referendum. That was the cue, how they were able to do it. We don't have that luxury, and I will say yet, because you never know, someone may just find those words. And then we ask the question, Well, and these questions are not questions we alone may ask. These are questions that people are asking, as Senator Hosford said, depending on where you go to. If you're in certain places, certain discussion will happen. In other places, you may never even hear those discussions. And the question arises, well, do you think the monarch will be upset? Do you think they will be angry if we move away, or if we make this change, or if we take down this symbol? Would they be angry? I mean, it's a genuine concern. And his words was well, nah, I don't think so. Because in Barbados, in fact, I think the king came down. Prince Charles, one of them, I don't think he was king at the time, came down to Barbados when that happened. And so that was another important point, because there are persons who are outside, especially the elderly persons who have made that whole connection, and I wouldn't say dependence, but that relationship and love with the UK, United Kingdom, and the monarchy, that it gives them some comfort, you know, through the years, because they have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. What would happen? And his words was no problem. And so, with that though, whilst they may not have a problem, how do we treat mentally that quote-unquote, I wouldn't say independence, but minusing of these persons who, especially the elderly persons who are wrong during those times, how would they feel? That's another type of education that needs to take place. What is the social impact of that? You might be amazed that 20 years down the road, social scientists do a study and realize the impact of that move. And say, maybe we didn't do it correctly. So I think this is something that needs to be considered in that whole discourse. And then the other thing, Madam President, that we have to look at in all of this is, and we may not know, what benefits? Let us not fool ourselves. Let us not fool ourselves. What benefits? Notwithstanding how much estate, how much slave, how much so on has happened 40, 50 years ago, which we're still trying to get repatriation and compensation for. But in the now, last 30 years, what benefits that relationship of monarch has brought to this country? Because say no, because say none quickly. But have we done a proper assessment? It can be direct and it can be indirect. And I think this is important, because sometimes you do certain things and you never know how it was happening all the time, only to realize when you make the move, because you never know what was happening behind the scenes. Just saying, these are things. Otherwise, we find ourselves, that's why when you do critical analysis, especially when you're doing changes, those things that look simple, we leave them alone, and we say, oh man, it's just easy, man, just do this. So I don't want us to miss that opportunity, that we might be happy now. 10 years from now, we may not be here. 5 years from now, we may not be here. And we sit on the sideline and say, shoots, you know, we really made an error in that, you know. Don't worry, man. Bills could be amended, they will fix that. And then how, as Senator Hosford said, the framing, the ascending of the laws and so on, how do we feel? How do we feel How would we feel, Madam President? If you go to the same chapter 27, chapter 217, it speaks of, I was trying to find it. Right, it speaks of 16, clause 16. Offense of, oh, nothing that is different. It speaks of willfully making untrue declaration. I don't think that was it. I don't think I could find it right now, but what I'm trying to say, or what I'm saying actually, is that we're making the oath. Well, we realize that we may not be able to make another oath. So that's the first thing. Unless we change that oath act. And then the other thing is, we are sitting and watching this. Are we going to take a motion to remove those representation of the monarch over your head, the mace, the crosses? And when does it move? Because I really shouldn't be coming here after the first and seeing this up there. I would be traumatized that we act differently. I will be. We're speaking about the Governor General would have to change her oath. Yet still, we having this? Sergeant Amazon, you cannot take part in the discussion. We may not even need a mace, because our mace might be different. Maybe it might be not made on a cocoa or some other thing like that. But, you know, that's a joke. But what I'm saying is that I want us to outside of this here, understanding that we look at those things deeper, because the same public will turn around and say to us, we are jokers. This morning, one of my friends called me and said, but tell me how you could then go back and have all of these things after you do this. I said, boy, when I get down there, I would figure this out at the end of the day. Because these are real questions that the public would have on us. At this stage, Madam President, I think that I have shed sufficient light in terms of the concerns, the issues, maybe not be 100%, but sufficiently enough to add to the discussion. We are saying that it's a good direction. It's a good direction, but we want Grenada. Not that Grenada not that Grenada. We want the real Grenada that belongs to us, without any shackles, without any paintings, without any ornaments around it. We want our real Grenada. And of course, I heard the issue about MBE and all of those things. I trust that there will be none coming up from now on. And our real heroes that should be honored according to our heroes bill and all of those things locally, that we start putting names to those things, because they exist. They exist. Are there a committee want to rename street and rename building? Where's the committee to rename, to appoint our heroes? Where? Sometimes we major in what we want to major in. And this is a clarion call that we don't have to wait on the, so are we going to wait on the king's birthday? Or whose birthday are we waiting on? Or is we waiting on our Independence Day? So we have to be clear. Otherwise, we can all say, yes, we support, but we'll be living a lie. And the good work that was done by our noble friends, and I show is done free of cost. I thought, yes. I know it's BS. It will bring it to disrepute. And I will say, last thing, I think that we need to commend the team, which I said earlier, but I think that the team need to expand itself, as we mentioned, maybe bringing even some of the students that, on internships and so on to involve, to keep that think tank going. And let us look at many other areas that we think that we can look at. And maybe if I knew that you was working on that, I could have sent the crop compensation there a long time, Senator Adrian Thomas. We might have get it long time ago. So at this stage, Madam President, I close my remarks and endorse the direction proposed with those sentiments as so expressed. Thank you.
The distinguished senator for his prolific discourse on the theory and management of change management. Because that's what you're talking about, how do we, what do we, it involves politics, culture, process. So thank you for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, it's half an hour past the noon hour, and I trust there are several speakers yet to come and an additional bill. Ought we to break and have a lunch within the hour? I know some persons also have religious commitments that should commence now. So let me consult you to say that we should break immediately and resume in 45 minutes. I see some sentiments to the contrary. Break immediately and resume within 40 minutes. Is that possible? Agreed. Thank you.
I endorse.
We thank all those senators convened. We thank all those who have helped us lunch. Thank you very much. And we pray for those who have prayed. And we resume.
Sorry.
Doing better, we hope, than West Indies did at the Oval. Senator Seville Francis, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. And I hope that we all had a very delicious lunch and we enjoyed. our bodies are nourished, and our ethnic challenges will not kick in at this point, but we will continue to be very attentive to the presentation. Madam President, it gives me great joy, or I should say the greatest joy, to be standing here today to witness this historic moment. And I think it's even more important for me to know that I am standing on the right side of history, Madam President. Madam President, as much as we are debating a very simple amendment, in my opinion, I want us to be mindful that as simple as this change may be, from removing a few words to one powerful word, I want us to remember that it carries very, very deep national meaning, Madam President. Yes, Madam President, this bill proposes a change in words, but more importantly, I see this amendment as a change in mindset. I see it as a change, or a shift rather, in our national identity and in a very forward vision for Grenada. And I know, and I want to thank Honorable Claudette Joseph for the way how she articulately broke down the bill, Madam President, and the amendment. And by doing so, a huge portion of my presentation has been removed. So that's a plus. All right? But Madam President, for what it's worth, I am just going to re-emphasize, because I know we had a break, so there may be persons who did not listen the first half of the presentation before lunch. So I'll just summarize that specific area, because I know that these were burning questions, and I've engaged with our young people via social media, some who were fortunate enough to have the opportunity to call me so that we can dialogue on this issue. There are some burning questions, and it specifically relates to the referendum. Wasn't this part of the referendum? Don't we need or would we need a referendum for something of that nature? And so I feel like I owe it to the young people to just quickly touch on that, and to say to them that not every constitutional amendment requires a referendum. The law is clear, Madam President, that only certain entrenched provisions, and those provisions are listed in Section 39(5) and Schedule 2 of the Constitution, require the vote of the people. The bill deals with Schedule 3, which does not fall under those entrenched provisions. In fact, this specific bill amends Section 20, 40, 65, 95, and 98, and they are not on the exemption list. That means that we as parliamentarians, acting with a 2/3 majority, have the power to pass this change. No referendum is legally required. So to our young people, in a nutshell, that's what it is saying. And the question is also being asked, why should we change our oath of allegiance? Why should we make those amendments? And it's a very fair question, because, Madam President, I believe if I was not sitting in this honorable house, I would have those same questions as well. Some of the questions asked also is, what difference would it make? What I want us to understand, Madam President, is sometimes the small axe cuts down bigger trees. So as much as it seems simple, the effect that this amendment will have will be great, Madam President, and we cannot take this for granted. You see, our Constitution, I have one simple answer to the question. What difference would it make? Why are we doing this? I would say, Madam President, because our Constitution, our oath, and our national values must speak the same language. Madam President, or else we are either confused or we're confusing. And I don't think we want to be aligned with either of those adjectives. Madam President, we stand each morning and we recite, I pledge allegiance to my flag and the country for which it stands. Madam President, almost every day I wear this pin in a very significant spot. And every day I put this pin on, Madam President, it's not just for decoration, it's not just as a piece of jewelry for clothing, but Madam President, it is very significant to me, especially when I'm representing my country outside. I want people to ask me, where is this country? Which country are you representing? Because, Madam President, for me, I am proud to always say that I represent Grenada. I recall in the year 2023, I represented Grenada in Malaysia at a conference, and there was a flag-bearing ceremony. And I recall, I'm saying this and my eyes filled with tears again, reliving the moment, when I had to carry that flag walking through over 50 different countries and walking alongside those other flags. I looked at how beautiful and symbolic our flag is. And I stood on the stage and our national anthem was being played and the tears bathed my eyes, Madam President. And that must mean something. That must mean something. And to me, changing the oath of allegiance to say boldly and proudly that I pledge allegiance to my country, that is something that I want to wake up every morning and remember that I am pledging allegiance to something significant, Madam President. So I want us to see that this is just, it's beyond just changing words. Madam President, our children sing with pride in school every day at assembly or before classes start. Hail Grenada, land of ours. Madam President, but in this very chamber, when we assume office, we go contrary, Madam President. So we have our children saying, Hail Grenada, land of ours, and our pledge bearing allegiance to our flag and our country, but in this very chambers, Madam President, we're going contrary to that. And we're saying to our children that while you're pledging allegiance to Grenada, we are pledging and taking an oath of allegiance to serve His Majesty, King Charles III, his heirs and successors. Madam President, that is not alignment. Madam President, that is not a common language. That is not who we are, Madam President. We are Grenadians. Madam President, this bill seeks to bring that alignment so that our oath reflects the country we love, serve, and belong to, Grenada. Madam President, we are not alone in this journey. And I think when we speak of CARICOM and one Caribbean community, those are some of the things that we ought to be fighting for when we think of CARICOM. Barbados has done it. Dominica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana, they've done it. They now swear allegiance to their country, not the monarchy. It is time for us to join our Caribbean neighbors, Madam President, in this quiet but powerful act of sovereignty. Then we can say, Madam President, that we are indeed one Caribbean community. Don't you think so? Some might ask, wasn't this part, or wasn't that attempt made in the last referendum? Madam President, most times when we have events and our caterers provide us with the delicacies, one of the things I realize that is always or almost very frequent on the menu list is the pig in the blanket. That is where we have the bacon wrapped around the plantain or the bacon wrapped around the hot dog. So, Madam President, when you bite into that, you're not just biting hot dog or plantain or bacon. You're biting all three at the same time. And that is a very simple analogy as to how this question is being proposed in regards to this amendment that we're attempting or will be passing, and I'm being very optimistic here. You see, Madam President, in 2016, the Oath of Allegiance was part of the broader CCJ referendum bill. But that effort bundled several reforms together and was rejected in its entirety. But, Madam President, when you eat that pig in a blanket, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did not want the bacon, but it was part of that meal. So, too, Madam President, it does not necessarily mean that the rejection was for that specific part of that bundled reform. But unfortunately, because it fell under that, then the entire thing appeared to have been rejected. And if your memory serves, when we were going through the referendum process, you did not have the opportunity to pick and choose what you were voting yes or no against in this regard. So, Madam President, I want us to realize that this is different. This is focused. This is not dependent on external court or court system. This is all about our national identity, Madam President. And let me be clear, challenging or changing the oath does not infringe upon the rights of any one of our fundamental rights. And that is most important, to me at least. It doesn't touch our freedom of consciousness or conscience. It does not touch our freedom for religion or any rights protected under Chapter 1 of the Constitution. There is a saying, Madam President, that the journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Madam President, this is a step. A small but bold step. A bold step towards maturity, towards sovereignty, and towards, as Senator St. Clair alluded to, probably republicanism. Not my words, his, Madam President. But at least it's a step in the right direction. And I know the honorable member asked, but why can't we just go full republicanism? Madam President, I'm sure when the member got up this morning, he did not snap his fingers and appeared in the Senate sitting. It was a process. And so too, everything takes time. Madam President, we may not become a republic today, but why can't we prepare the ground for generations who will come? Madam President, I believe that we have a mandate as this era of leaders to leave the country better than we found it. I believe that we owe it to the next generation to prepare the ground for what is to come. Madam President, we are here today and we have the privilege, and I would consider it a privilege, to be amending or to even have the Oath of Allegiance. But Madam President, there are people who fought so that we can be here today to even have an allegiance to pledge to, Madam President. And we cannot take these things for granted. And I'm saying this to say that we have a responsibility and an obligation, in my opinion, to prepare that groundwork for our future generations, Madam President. Madam President, I also wish to honor those who fought before us, the men and women who made independence possible, who made all of this possible, Madam President, who dreamed that one day Grenadians would not have to swear loyalty to a foreign crown, but could stand tall and pledge allegiance to our own land. On a more personal note, Madam President, when I was sworn in as a senator, I took that oath to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors. My lips said one thing, Madam President, But I can assure you that that day, in that moment, my heart said another. Because deep down, I knew I pledged allegiance to Grenada, although it meant pledging allegiance to King Charles III. Madam President, so today I rise to say that I am so proud to be on the right side of history. And I look forward, Madam President, with a lot of hope that one day I can sit on my rocking chair in Grenada, grandchild in my arms, great-grandchild in my arms, but by the rate I'm going, it might be child in my arms, and say that I was there. I was part of the generation of leaders that chose Grenada. I want to say to my grandchild, Madam President, that I was part of a group of leaders that declared our loyalty with one voice, not to a monarch, but to a nation that raised us, that fed us, and gave us a future, Madam President. So today, I encourage my colleagues, let us not vote with our minds. Let us not vote just because, but I want us to vote as our national anthem states, with our heads, our hearts, and our hands in unity to reach our destiny, Madam President. And Madam President, that destiny is the destiny before us. That destiny is Grenada. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I have visions of you sitting, rocking, and reminiscing. Hard to imagine, but
I hope.
Hard to imagine you old, that's all I mean. Senator Rahman, business representative in the Senate of Grenada, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you. So, Madam President, I must confess that when I took my oath, after doing so, I asked God Almighty for forgiveness. That's the truth. That's the truth. Because, like many of us, it is something that we had to do because the law required it. And so even though this is a symbolic change and all of the apparatus still remains intact, but symbolism is very important. Symbolism is the start. Madam President, you don't win a football match by scoring all the goals at once. One goal at a time. And many times in a game, when you score the first goal, it is a catalyst. It provides the zeal for you to win the game. So that is how I look at this. I look at this as significant. It boggles my mind that it took us 50 years of democracy to do this. And I thank God that we have the likes of Dr. Francis Alexis and his CCR team that could help to guide us and to sit with us and to explain and to take our questions and to provide clarity on this issue. So, for me to give my allegiance to Grenada is a no-brainer. It is something that I know I don't have to ask for forgiveness for after. And I feel comfortable in doing it. As a matter of fact, there is a part under the amendments, point 3, where it says, where in any written law prescribing an oath there appear the words, our sovereign Lord the King, those words shall be deleted, and there shall be substituted, therefore, the words, the people of Grenada. It really took us so long to do that. And imagine our sovereign Lord the King. This is offensive to me on many levels. One, true sovereignty belongs to the Most High, not man. So when we speak about sovereignty of the state, I refer to it as state sovereignty. That we have supreme authority over the state. But true sovereignty belongs to God Almighty. And so, definitely not a sovereign Lord. It doesn't matter which king, an earthly man. So, for me, I'm very, very happy to see those words being changed. And, Madam President, you know, we have had to struggle to remove the oppression of slavery and colonialism. But that stain is still very much present. Stain of these things are still very much present on us. There was one very well-known artist that sang, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery." So physical freedom is not sufficient. Mental, and might I add today, financial freedom is also very important. And that is where things like trade and so on come in. These things are critical because you cannot be truly independent if you don't have financial independence and mental independence, freedom and clarity of speech and thought. If you don't have those ideals, then you cannot be truly free. So, Madam President, with these few thoughts, I wish to say that I wholeheartedly accept and support the proposed amendment in changing our oath of allegiance. I no longer wish to repeat it, from what it was to Grenada and the people of Grenada. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Rahman, for not repeating your contribution. Thank you, sir. A request for the floor from distinguished Senator Gloria Thomas. Samuel, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good afternoon to all present and all who are listening. I rise today in full support of the bill and act to amend the oath of allegiance sworn by our public officials, our leaders, our sovereigns of state. Let me be clear. This is not a bill to erase our history, but to align our loyalty with our reality. What is our reality? Grenada is an independent nation. This is our reality. We have been since 1974. Yet, to this day, when someone is sworn into office, whether a parliamentarian or judge, they pledge allegiance not to the people of Grenada, not to the Constitution, not to the ideals we fight to uphold every day, but to the crown, to a monarch who resides thousands of miles away, who does not vote here, does not serve here, and has no hand in shaping our future. That is not just symbolic. It is outdated and it is wrong. Madam President, this bill proposes that all oath of allegiance in Grenada be amended to swear loyalty first and only to Grenada, our country, our constitution, our people. This change recognizes the sovereignty we already possess. It reinforces the principle that leadership is a commitment to serve Grenadians, not a foreign figurehead. Some will say, what harm does that old oath do? I ask instead, what good does it still serve? Our young people deserve a political system rooted in national pride. Our democracy should be grounded in the authority of our people, not colonial echoes. If we want to build confidence in our institutions, then those institutions must reflect who we are, not who we were told to be. Madam President, this is not about disrespecting the monarchy. It is about respecting Grenada more. It's about ensuring that the words we speak in our most solemn moments of service actually match the country we're serving. So let's make it plain. When someone takes an office in Grenada, let their oath be, I swear allegiance to Grenada. No confusion, no foreign symbol, just us, just truth. Let us move forward, not backward. Let us speak with one voice. Grenada first, Grenada only. Madam President, today as I stand firmly in favor of the motion, that allegiance should be pledged to Grenada, not to the British monarchy. I do so with a strong sense of pride and commitment. This is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a matter of national dignity, democratic principle, and self-respect. Let's begin with the most fundamental point. National sovereignty. Grenada is an independent country. We govern ourselves. We elect our leaders, and we define our path forward. So why should we continue to pledge allegiance to a monarch who lives thousands of miles away and play no active role in our governance? Allegiance should reflect who we are loyal to, and that must be Grenada. Madam President, we cannot ignore our colonial past. The monarchy is not a neutral symbol. It represents an era of domination where Grenada people were not free. Continuing to swear allegiance to the British crown is not just outdated, it's disrespectful to the generations who struggle for our independence. It keeps us mentally tied to a system that no longer owns us. Allegiance to Grenada, however, honors our freedom and our future. Madam President, democracy matters. The monarchy is inherited power. Grenada, by contrast, is a democracy built on the principles that power comes from the people. Pledging to the monarchy undermines that principle. Why should citizens of a free country swear loyalty to a royal figure that doesn't elect and does not represent their voice? Madam President, let's talk about national pride. Allegiance to Grenada builds unity. It teaches our youth to be proud of their home, their culture, and their people. It's a pledge to build something here, not to look back to a past empire, but to move forward as one people. Now, some may argue that the monarchy is just a symbol, a tradition, but symbols matter. Rituals like pledging allegiance carry deep meaning. When we continue to pledge to the crown, we are saying something about where we place our loyalty. And it's time that loyalty reflects the reality. We are Grenadians and proud of it. Finally, this is about the next generation. Do we want our children to grow up swearing loyalty to a foreign monarch or to their own flag, their own land, their own people? The answer is clear. Pledging allegiance to Grenada is not just right, it's necessary for our identity, for our dignity, for our democracy. I urge us all to support this motion as being presented. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Thomas, for your powerful convictions conveyed in your presentation. Thank you very much. And I offer the floor to another woman with powerful convictions, Senator Miana Charles. You have the floor, Senator.
Good morning, Madam President, and good afternoon. Wow, I'm very tardy in truth. At lunch is still taking hold. Good afternoon, Madam President, and thank you for your warm welcome back remarks. I truly appreciate it. I also want to greet everyone here this afternoon in this honorable house. And I do promise, Madam President, and looking at the tardiness of my colleagues, my remarks will be brief, and I will stick to that. Madam President, I rise today to make my contributions to the Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Bill number 1 with a profound sense of responsibility and deep respect for the significance of this moment. And I want to begin first by paying tribute to our brothers and sisters, those who came before us and boldly charted the way toward independence, and those in later years who sought to deepen our democracy by supporting constitutional reform through the referendum process. In other words, with our people having a say. Today, we stand on their shoulders, and we are proud to continue on that journey. Madam President, I would like to join with my learned colleague, he's not here at the moment, Senator Dwight Horsford, in supporting this bill, as I too will happily take an oath to Grenada. And I raise no objection to the proposed amendment that replaces the oath of allegiance to the King of England with an oath of allegiance to Grenada. This is an important step, and I know that my colleagues in this honorable house can agree with me when I say that this is indeed an important step. And for many Grenadians, including myself, this change carries a deep symbolic meaning. But, Madam President, symbolism alone is not enough. Moments of national significance demand shared ownership. It is in this spirit that I must, and respectfully so, express concern about the lack of meaningful public engagement surrounding the process from the beginning, especially after learning that the process started about a year ago. You know, as I sat there and reflected on the contributions of my colleagues who went before me, a question crossed my mind. You know, how do we, on one hand, declare this a national moment, in other words, of nationalism, while on the other hand, we sort of exclude the nation. How does that work? And I also want to make the point, I am not a lawyer by any means, and I don't profess to be. I want to make the point that there are legal scholars out there that differ in opinion on whether a referendum is technically required. And the genuine presence of this gray area ought to have given us some degree of pause. When there is uncertainty, in my humble view, we must always err on the side of caution, but also on the side of inclusion. Not merely out of legal necessity, but rather out of democratic respect in that regard. And Madam President, I will make the point that what we are doing today is more than changing a few words in an oath, and I totally agree with that. Because today, in this honorable house, we are also shaping how future generations understand duty, identity, and allegiance. And this cannot be a decision that feels handed down to the people. It must be one that is shaped with them in the center. Unfortunately, that has not yet been done. And this is a call, I believe, to deepen democracy. And it requires more than just representation. It demands participation from the very people we serve. And it still remains my humble view that our people should have been invited into the process, not as observers, but as contributors from the beginning. In other words, our people should have had a say in the process from the very beginning. You know, I would have really loved to see that. And such a significant moment is worthy of celebration across every parish in Grenada. And in fact, every Grenadian home in the diaspora. But as my colleague highlighted earlier, that is not the case on the ground today, at least from where I stand. As many are not even aware of the bill and its significance or how it impacts them. Why is that so? And in my closing, Madam President, let me restate my position. I wholeheartedly support allegiance to Grenada, but I also support the rights of the Grenadian people to have a meaningful role in contributing to this process. I do believe that that is very important. And with that being said, and my final remark, I do support the decision that was taken by the lower house for public education and dialogue. And I really do hope to see that materialize. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Miana Charles. Thank you very much, and of course, again, welcome back. Is the light on for Senator Queen's Britain? No.
Queen's going with
the light is on for the representative of the Great Region of Grenada, otherwise known as Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Senator Nolan Cox. Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, when you make that kind of introduction, it means that going up back with a lot of more accolades. So I welcome that. And of course, we do have the opportunity of the Hansard to go back.
Yes, sir. You are from the region, and this is a parliament, not a campaign.
Madam President, let me just say, it's always a pleasure to be given an opportunity to converse on important matters like we are doing today. And I want to start first by opening, as my colleague, Senator Hosford did, that I have and willing to continue today and onwards to pledge allegiance to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Matic. That has always been my stand. I came here and took an oath and just forget what I read and go back to the business of the people. So I think it's basically the same for most persons who have an opportunity to be part of this process. So, Madam President, we clearly understand where we are, how we feel about our country. And of course, as Senator Sylvia Francis said, even before today, you know, she shed tears when she saw our flag. So it is deeply rooted. How we feel about our country is deeply rooted in us. And so what we're doing today is a process to just put a little icing on the cake, to some extent, but to make sure we formalize that sentiment that we have and to have it in scripted and in writing. Madam President, I want to say the sentiments echoed by my dear colleague, Senator Charles. I, too, feel strongly about those sentiments, and her presentation basically somewhat mimics what I had in my mind, what I wanted to say. So I have to find a few things not to reshape. I want to really give some strong recognition to how it started, where it all started. And there's one common word that has been echoed throughout the debate over the last 2 days, and that word is history. That word is history. And it is very important for us to pay attention to that word. The word history and the word historic has been said over and over. And I'm saying this in the context, Madam President, of us, the lesson, what this history has taught us. I think that has not been stated. And I think we're missing a very important lesson in history. And if I should go back, and I should probably go back to the whole history of emancipation, it is recorded that several attempts were made by previous persons, previous fighters to emancipate us from slavery, and there were failures. And the question is why? And we have to ask ourselves why. Why it took us so long to get to emancipation? Why it took us so long to get to where we are today? And there is a lesson in that we need to pay attention to. And I'm saying this on the backdrop that Dr. Alexis and his team, they must be given credit for where we are, because while we were sleeping, and in some cases leader government business partying, they were actually working and trying to find some resolution, going through the Constitution with a fine-tooth comb to see where they could find some way that we could get some softening, something. Because we had tried with 2 referendums, where we had 7 items on the first referendum in 2016. And just to correct my dear colleague, Senator Civil, while there were 7 items, you could have voted on each individually separately. So they were not really bundled together. You could have voted no for some, yes for some. So I think that was one of the things that I just wanted to clear up. Our second attempt was just the CCJ alone. And going back to history, a lot of the comments evolve as to why we didn't vote for the CCJ, centered around trust, and centered around competency, whether or not we are competent to have that final code as ours, or whether or not we trust our people to make the right decisions when certain matters come before them. And so persons who voted opted to stay where we are. And so I'm saying this, as I say, lesson. There is a lesson in this that we have to pay attention to. I mean, there are a lot of comments made about who we pledge allegiance to over the past 50 years. But in recent time, and Senator Rahman said it, in recent time, Madam President, we have sat here in this house over the past decade, and we have seen bills, harmonized bills, coming from a certain location, not necessarily who we pledge allegiance to, who is dictating and directing how our society should look at things and view things. So I'm saying again, we have to pay attention. History, there is a serious lesson about the whole course of slavery and where we are, and we have to pay attention. And hence the reason why the opposition has made a call about inclusion of the general public. And it's not anything to derail or to delay us getting to this passage of this bill. Because you can clearly say that where we are today is because it came from the public, because Dr. Alexis is not a member of government, he's not in government. So the work and suggestion actually came from outside of the confines of the executive space. But we have a responsibility to embrace suggestions that can be good policies for our people. And hence the reason why we are here today. But the lesson, Madam President, is that the attempts were made to have referendum in a bigger way, to have more meaningful changes to our Constitution. A lot of it was met, for want of a better word, with some educational sabotage. Some of it personal, some of it ignorance, and some of it fear. With fear, but because the changes that we're making, everything is going to happen, everything is going to be different. And I believe, Madam President, that has robbed us of an opportunity to really make a serious dent into getting to that place where we want to be. And so I'm saying this to say, because there may be persons here who have shared a different view in terms of whether or not those amendments to the Constitution, when we had the referendum, it was needed or necessary, and may have voted no, and may have encouraged people to vote no. But the lesson is that we are still where we are. And they may come today, and even persons outside may support, strong support for changing the oath. But there were clearly opportunities for us to do that before. And the question is, why? Why we allow ourselves, oftentimes all ourselves, to be swayed and distracted but not paying attention to what is important to us. And I think that is a lesson. That is the lesson that we have to take away from this. That there are always going to be fights for what is right. And one of the things that I'm proud about of this opposition is that we have been consistent on this matter, whether in government or outside of government, Madam President. I declare that we cannot, or we may not, get any significant change in our Constitution without the support of all political parties. It is clear that this must be done from a national standpoint. That is the only how we can achieve this. And so I think the lesson from where we are, why we are where we are, is what we have to pay attention to. And the question is, how are we going to fix that going forward? And I think one of the smartest ways, and probably one of the most strategic ways, is to ensure you get public buy-in. So when it goes out to them, they know why we are bringing this to them. They know why they support it or not supporting it, because we have clearly engaged them and educated them on the process. And I think we just have to be very careful. I know a lot of this, the whole euphoria of emancipation, slavery, but if we do not pay attention to the lesson, if we do not learn from the whole process, I think we are going to be here for a very, very long time, Madam President. So I want to to really underscore that. That is one of the things that I really wanted to underscore. Because it is somewhat unfair, I think, sometimes for the persons who is not as learned, for us not to give them an opportunity to understand, and then we ask them to say yea or nay for it. I think that is something that we have to be very, very mindful of. I know that Senator Joseph, the Attorney General, she did make a statement about, persons' self-worth. And I understand, I don't think she meant it in any harsh way. I understand the context in which she made it, because this is about your country. But sometimes if we, from where we sit, do not do what we have to ensure that for them to understand why this is important, then we have failed ourselves and we have failed them. So, Madam President, with these few words, I really want to, again, indicate that we have been resolute in how we feel about this amendment. However, it is very, very important for that public engagement to commence, to be sustained, and if so be it, from our engagements, there well might be a possibility for other things to be added and for us to have another go at referendum with something more substantive. And that can only come if we have that engagement with the public. And that is my firm belief. And that is my firm stand that we should. These matters are too important for it to just be navigated within the parliamentary space. Because what will happen is that you wouldn't get the buy-in. People wouldn't understand. They wouldn't, you don't sell it to them. We have to sell it. We have to sell it. So, Madam President, I want to commend all involved, and I say that Dr. Alexis and his team, I have them as a legal battalion for our constitution reform process. They have been part and parcel for the past decade or more involved in trying to find a way for us to reshape our destiny from a constitutional standpoint. And I just want to commend them for that, and to commend all involved in the process, and to say, Madam President, always a pleasure to have an opportunity to be here to deliberate. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Thank you very much for the reminder of drawing the lessons of history. Whatever they are, the methodology of drawing lessons from history is a good reminder. Thank you. And the floor has been requested by Senator Quince Britton. And as you take the floor, I ask Senator Cox to come to the chair.
Deputy President, in the chair.
Senator Britton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President, and good afternoon to my colleagues here, everyone sitting here, those who sit in the chamber. I too join in giving my unwavering support to the bill as presented by the Leader of Government Business. And I don't have to repeat many of the sentiments expressed earlier giving support to the bill. However, Mr. Deputy President, I too feel a sense of deep pride and joy that we are able to stand on this side of history and collectively in making some amendments to the Constitution. I listened to you very carefully when you, in your deliberation, exercising words of caution whilst going about constitutional reform. And you also made mention of the the Constitution battalions, Dr. Francis Alexis and his CCR team. And I too would like to join in commending them on the tremendous work that they've been doing. And sometimes I think we have a responsibility as well to educate the populace as to what it is that we are doing. And in that same note, what it is that we are doing here today, and as proposed or recommended by the constitutional battalions, does not require a referendum to do that. What it requires is a two-thirds majority of vote in both houses, which we are doing right now. So we have a responsibility to the citizens of our tri-island state to let them know what it is and why we are doing what we are doing. And I too just want to join with my colleague, Senator Francis, when she mentioned about in the referendum, and just a point of correction to you. At the referendum in 2016, it was, and a lot of the times, and I get you when you said that exercising the word of caution, because our people did not understand fully in what it is. They felt that it was, they were ambushed in a sense, because there were widespread consultations. However, the consultations that happened, some of the recommendations that were made by the people, because I attended some of the consultations, were not what was there in clauses within those bills that we were asking to vote yea or nay for. So I felt it was too much ambiguities within those bills that I couldn't support those bills in its current construct. And just let me say, for example, when we had there was a question asking for term limits for prime ministers. The recommendation that was made by the people was two, just like what we have in the United States. But then when you see the clauses in which it entailed, it shows serving for not more than 3 consecutive terms. So it meant that I could, if I'm the leader or I'm elected as prime minister, and I serve for 2 consecutive terms, and I lost the election, I can come back again and serve for 2 more or 3 more to disqualify me from serving again. And that is not what the people wanted. What it was asking for 2 terms, 2 consecutive terms, just like you have in the United States, and you move on. That's what it was. So that is why I would proudly say that I did not support, and because of that reason, and so too was the general public of Grenada. So we understand that when it comes to constitutional reform, that we must educate our people and not just try to shove something down their throat. And clearly that is not what we are doing here. Who this seeks to, the change that we seek to effect, it affects us, members of government and parliamentary secretaries, etc. It affects us, and we will publicly join together and letting our constituents or our people know this is what the change is really meant to. So on that note, Mr. Deputy President, I would like to join with all the sentiments expressed in supporting this bill that has been put before the Honorable House. And well, I can see from the comments, the support that we've been getting, that we have the majority, if not all, the support from the other side. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Britton. Senator David Andrew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill is too significant for me not to add my voice in support. So as much as all of my colleagues have supported, even on this side and on the other side, history must record me are standing to give support to this bill. Today is a proud day for Grenada, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy President. Today is a historic day for Grenada as we bring to this honorable House this Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Bill 2025, a bill that seeks to amend Schedule 3 of the Constitution and Schedule 1 of the Court Order to change the Oath of Allegiance from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, to Grenada. I want to put on record my appreciation to the outstanding work and effort of the Citizens for Constitutional Reform, the CCR, led by Dr. Alexis and his team, or led by Dr. Alexis. Now, I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Deputy President, but having listened to the meticulous and profound arguments in the presentation by Dr. Francis Alexis, Mr. Ruggles Ferguson, and the members of his entire team, any doubts about the constitutionality of this move and this presentation, this bill, and the need for a referendum, they were laid to rest. Thank you, Dr. Alexis. Thank you, Mr. Ruggles Ferguson. Thank you, Mr. Lane. Thank you, the members of the CCR. Now, I appreciate deeply, Mr. Deputy President, the historical context in which we received the oath, the Constitution, coming from associate statehood prior to independence, coming into independence with the same major players, colonial players and powers being in play. And so I understand the context in which we received the oath and why it could have been aligned the way it did, and why it contained the lines that we are seeking to remove today. But I believe as leaders and policymakers, we have allowed our people to live in a level of national hypocrisy for the better part of the last 50 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say that because we teach our people, we teach our children, we have them say, "Hail Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee," in our anthem. In our pledge, we teach them to say, "I pledge allegiance to my flag and to the country for which it stands." We say that, we teach them that from way down. Yet, when these same people, and I've heard that sentiment expressed, but I want to express it in my own way, when these same people elect us as public officers and officials into office, we turn around and pledge allegiance to another power. Now that's confusing. That's hypocrisy. It's a 50-year-old hypocrisy. This bill seeks to begin to lift our people in some measure out of this hypocrisy. And we acknowledge that there is much more to be done. I mean, we can talk about all the emblems, we can talk about all the other things, but this is one step. So we're not saying that because there's more to be done, let's cancel this. No. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hear a lot said about consultation, And truth be told, when I hear that, I wonder sometimes if there's not a degree of mockery being made of our people. From a psychological point of view, every human being likes to be consulted. It brings a feeling of importance. It brings a feeling that you matter. It brings a feeling that somebody is concerned about what is likely to matter to you. And hopefully it's taken on board. You see, for me, consultations must be meaningful. If my name is being spelled wrongly, you sure you're bound to consult me to fix it? We teaching the children allegiance to Grenada from since they're small, but yet we are doing something erroneous here. In my mind, I'm not sure I see what's the need for consultation here in this particular matter. I can appreciate when things are likely to affect people, like in some of the entrenched provisions, if you're going to interfere with their freedoms, if you are going to interfere with the access to things that the Constitution allows for. Constitution is a must. Is it necessary there? Maybe not. But it has to make sense, and it has to be genuine. But of course, we appeal to people when we say we want to consult with them because we make them think. But history would show us that there are several instances where consultations took place and nothing happened that reflected what the people said they wanted. History would show us that there are several instances where the people were crying out, pay the salaries, and we wouldn't pay it. The churches said it, the conference said it, we consulted with everybody and we said, let's do this, let's pay it, and it still wouldn't be done. And then we talk consultation. So if we're not prepared to make the consultations meaningful, where we will take, and I'm sure the people have been speaking, this process, as was rightly said by the leader of opposition business on the other side a while ago, started out of the citizens for constitutional reform, and they consulted, and the people, every other person you pass, they want this, you know. Every other person I have interacted with, they want this. So I'm not sure, you know, what the consultation you be talking about plenty, but of course, the education and an opportunity to let people know that there's more to come. This is a step heading in the direction, and what we need to put in place to continue this journey is something that we need to explore. Mr. Deputy President, for me, this is a no-brainer. This move is a no-brainer. There is no better time than now to fix an error. There is no better time than now to correct a wrong. Now is the time. This makes me remember in 1986, when there were many atrocities happening in some of the African nations, a group, a highly studied group, a cast of regional Calypsonians came together, people like Kitchener, Sparrow, Swallow, Stalin, Beckett, Poser, David Rudder, Brigo, Scrunter, and several others, and did a song called Calypso for Africa. They raised funds to assist with the things happening there, to bring assistance. And it says, the chorus says, now is the time. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say, now is the time to walk in unity. Now is the time to change hypocrisy. Hey, now is the time. And I think that's just the melody of the song. So I tried to sing it without, I didn't have keyboards to play the notes. So I tried to sing it. But now is the time. There is no better time than now. And Mr. Deputy President, for the interest of persons in our communities, probably in Telescope, probably in Cafe, in Marquee, who probably hear us bantering this language, I just want to speak a little bit. The oath of allegiance is a formal promise swearing loyalty to a country or its constitution, or in some cases a monarch. This happens, as was alluded to earlier, when some public official takes office or some public officer takes office. In some countries, may I add, taking an oath of allegiance requires us to denounce other loyalties or loyalties to other countries. I want to say this again. In some jurisdictions, taking an oath of allegiance means we have to denounce loyalties to other countries and other crowns. In our case, prior to this being passed, we had to actually take loyalty to another crown, to another country, a monarch. Regardless to the wording, Mr. Deputy President, and the wording of oaths across the region, across the world could be different, the core idea is the same of an oath, generally. It is a declaration of faithfulness and duty. And today, in this honorable house, we declare that we will no longer take an oath or do any such thing and declare to any other power, any other person, any other nation other than Grenada. This is what this bill is about. And it begs our support. Grenada is not alone, because several other Caribbean nations have updated their oaths of allegiance to reflect loyalty to their own country rather than to the British monarchy. And some of them have been mentioned, and some have started from as early as their independence, and others have moved in like fashion like Grenada to that place. So we're not alone. Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica, and Barbados, they've all moved to Republican status, yes. And I've heard a lot of the arguments coming out for that, but we know quite well that that requires a full referendum. But we're moving with the low-hanging fruit that we can harvest that does not require that. But even countries like Jamaica, in 2002, Jamaica amended its oath of allegiance to pledge allegiance to Jamaica rather than to the monarch. No referendum was held, and the change is still in effect. St. Vincent and the Grenadines did likewise in 2015, when the oath of allegiance was changed, and they now swear allegiance to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, its constitution and its people. Grenada is heading in that direction. Our country's bold leadership, Mr. Deputy President, will allow Grenada to join our neighboring territories in moving closer to emancipation, to national identity and sovereignty. I have absolutely no reservation, Mr. Deputy President. Unequivocally, I support this bill, and I can't wait to have my oath taken again to re-swear my allegiance. In fact, I'll tell you the truth. I heard many little stories about how people took their oaths. I'll tell you my little story. The only part of the oath I took that I was intentional about is the last part. And if you go back to when it was said, there's an intonation I use at the very last part. So, help me God. And I do that because in that very intonation, I'm calling on the Most High for his help. Not as I swear, but for this. So, help me God. And you go back and you listen, that particular intonation is there, and I was very intentional about that. And so I'm saying all this to say, this bill has my full support, and I look forward to retaking it and pledging allegiance to Grenada. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to, after the presentation of such an important bill, to stand up and wrap up the session knowing fully well that we have 100% support in the Senate. And I think that deserves a good table knock. Mr. Deputy President, I really and truly want to express my gratitude for all the contributions that have been made on both sides of the House. And before I take my seat, I also want to say a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Francis Alexis KC and his team for doing such a fantastic work. Mr. Deputy President, what has happened here in Grenada, we are talking about the oath of allegiance, but the activity that has taken place, whereby a civil organization, a community group, outside of the executive, as you mentioned,
Madam President, in the chair.
Thank you. Madam President, what has taken place in Grenada is very significant. And we must take note of it, because the confidence that the CCR could have placed in themselves to confront this administration, to confront the opposition party. And most of all, it was brought to my attention that they have even consulted the national youth parliamentarians in Grenada to get their views on the matter. And without fear, they came to this administration. I've stand in this honorable house already and make the point, the important point of collaborating, having dialogue. Sometimes it's necessary. I foresee that Dr. Alexis and his team could have called the representative from the farmers' organization on the other side and have him sit in the office and have a discussion and then formulate a bill and bring it to this house here. And maybe the obvious thing that would have happened, everybody would have, oh, what's happening here? Where did this come from? And maybe would have, in the twinkle of an eye, shut down or voted down. And that would have been it. What this organization has done, Madam President, is to do the right thing. They have done the homework. They met with the necessary organizations. And there is still room for more consultation. And it will take place in the form of educating the public. Madam President, this is a good demonstration of what this administration stands for. And I hope that it's an inspiration whereby other civil organizations and other groups within our society can do likewise where necessary. We are willing, our arms are open to our society to deal with any matter that would advance this beautiful piece of land we call home. And so, Madam President, we have to be, as a nation, we have to be forever grateful to Dr. Alexis and his team. And I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. Madam President, I want our citizens outside, within, home and abroad, to really take this matter seriously and take it as a first step in moving forward. And the fact that we can sometimes be afraid to start, we don't believe in ourselves, but when we start, it is important that we continue. And I agree with Senator Hosford. This must not be the beginning and the end. It must be the first step in our journey, in our road to independence, emancipation, liberation. Madam President, I rest my case, and I look forward to the approval of this very important bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. I believe, and thank you, Senator Cox. Honorable members, I believe all our speakers have now expressed themselves. And so I remind you, honorable members, that the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are in favor say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say no.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 1, Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself in a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
I thank you. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are in favor say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are now meeting in Committee of the Whole.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 on interpretation forms part of the bill. All those who are in favor say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Clause 2 passes.
Clause 3, amendment of Schedule 3 to the Constitution.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment of Schedule 3 to the Constitution forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Clause 3 passes.
Clause 4, amendment of Schedule 1 to the Court's order.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment of Schedule 1 to the Court's order forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Clause 4 passes.
Clause 5, consequential amendments to laws other than in the Constitution and the Court's order.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 5 on consequential amendments to every relevant written law other than those in the Constitution and the Court's order would form part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Passes.
Clause 6, transitional provisions as to the oath of allegiance.
Honorable members, the question is that the transitional provision as to oath of allegiance, which is Clause 6 of the bill, forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Clause 6 passes.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, the short title, Constitutional Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 1 of the Act of 2025, forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Clause 1 passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the Committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the Committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passes. Senate is resumed. I have the honor to report that the bill was considered in the Committee of the Whole, and without amendment, it was passed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the Chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time?
Honourable members, the question is that the third reading of the bill be taken and passed. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Members, the procedure we wish to follow is a division, vote by vote. We have some absences. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Madam President, if I may, it's not necessary. What we need here is a simple majority. But if Madam President wants to do a division, but we don't need a division.
Thank you. This requires only a simple majority. And I think we've taken the vote, but for the purpose of history, we will take the vote again. We've had the third reading.
Senator the Honourable Adrian Thomas.
Excuse. Clerk. Clerk, can you hear me? We are not taking a division. We are not taking a division. Unless the leader of government business wants it. Please.
Madam President, I was just concerned that the other members, it would have been a little unfair for them had they known that would have been taken during the vote in that manner. So based on what the AG has raised, Madam President, I think it would have been nice if they knew that, then maybe they would have made an effort to remain so that their votes can be recorded.
And therefore?
And therefore, I understand why the AG was making the point that the simple majority will carry, and this will be it will be good for the people and fair to the others who are absent.
That was my understanding, and in which case, Clerk, we will not take a division. Clerk, we will not take a division. If there are any persons on the opposition and independent side of the room who would like to have a division, we will so entertain. I hear from Senator St. Clair.
Thank you, Madam President. I concur with the sentiments of the Attorney General, meaning that one, it's simple majority, and two, of course, leader of government business comments regarding the issue of persons not knowing that is the situation. The decision is clear where it is, and the records and the Hansard will explain the situation. For example, our good friend Senator Lewis is not here. Of course, unavoidably absent out of the country, and where would he vote? Well, I think we all know where he will vote. And so we cannot vote by proxy and all of those things. And if we meet the minimum standard, us trying to, what I would say, quote unquote, in italics, embellish the results, the result is very clear where it is. And it's more than clear, I think, in the sentiments that were expressed during the speaking. Persons are very clear of course, you could vote differently. And of course, it's a matter of where the majority lies.
Thank you.
So it's good that you don't have to break the tie, if anything, but anyways.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair, for your observation, and it concurs with my own, that during the debate until now, we have had unanimous concurrence. The fact that we have a number, or at least 2 members of the opposition have left and 1 independent senator is absent, as you say, in fairness to them, and given the sentiments expressed all day, there appears to me, Leader of Government Business seems to be concurring, that there is no need for a vote, individual vote. It is, as has been said by many senators, a happy moment, and I would therefore like to believe that we have voted. If we have not, I will call for the vote. For the purpose of history, I will read the section and call for the vote. Here goes. Honorable Senators, all those who are in agreement that the oath of allegiance in the Constitution of Grenada is amended by deleting the words, and I quote, His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, end of quote, and substituting therefore the word Grenada is adopted. All those who are in agreement say aye, and all those who are opposed say nay, and all those who are abstaining say abstention. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance, Amendment Number 1, Bill 2025.
Senate. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025.
Clerk.
A bill which seeks to amend Schedule 3 to the Constitution and Schedule 1 to the Court's order to change the oath of allegiance from His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors to Grenada, shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Passed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. All those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed say nay. Passes.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself in a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes. And we are now in the committee of the whole.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 of the bill, Amendment number 2, be adopted. All those who are in favour say aye. Aye. And those opposed say nay. Clause 2 passes.
Clause 3, amendment of Schedule 3 to the Constitution.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment of Schedule 3 to the Constitution passes as Clause 3 of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And opposed? Clause 3 passes.
Clause 4, transitional provisions as to oath of allegiance.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4, transitional provisions as to oath of allegiance, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary view say nay. Clause 4 passes.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title and commencement, which is Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment number 2 of the bill of 2025, commencement August 1st, 2025, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say nay. Clause 1 passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are in favour say aye. Aye. And those opposed say nay. The Honourable Senate resumes. And distinguished senators, I have the honour to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chair's report be adopted. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Chair's report is adopted. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Constitution Oath of Allegiance Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Item number 16.
Perhaps a little clarification. Thank you, Deputy Clerk. For clarification, we've just passed these two bills. Bill number 1 and bill number 2 effectively do the same thing, accomplish the same outcome. The removal of the words, the deletion of the words, His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors in relation to the oath of allegiance is now substituted by the word Grenada. In Bill 1, this refers to 5 categories of oath takers: the Governor General, members of the Houses of Parliament, ministers or parliamentary secretaries, citizens by marriage taking the oath, and another category or reference to citizens by marriage taking the oath. All those categories are covered in the first bill, which was extensively debated. Now, the second bill was also passed, and it is exactly the same, except it refers to 3 categories of oath takers. That is, the acting Governor General taking an oath, the Supervisor of Elections taking an oath, and any members of the Public Service Commission taking an oath. And the reason for these 2 bills is that, in fact, they are referred differently in the Constitution. Congratulations, Senate.
Item number 16, public business. Item number 17, adjournment.
A leader of government business.
Madam President, I beg that this House, this Honorable House, meeting will be adjourned. Sign the die.
Distinguished Senators, the motion is that the House, Senate of Parliament be adjourned. Sign it, aye. Your bags are packed and the floor is open.
Yeah. Two important matters.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
The Honorable,
yes, Madam.
Honorable Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. It would be remiss of me to represent public business and not speak in public business while we would have achieved government's business. It's 2 different things. No? We must not confuse this thing. We have achieved the government's business, and we would speak on the public business. Thank you, Madam President. Just 2 points. One, I want to address firstly, and I know this has been in the news and all of those things, the issue with the road up in Mount Felix, I think it is up in the closure area. That we know is a major issue for not just the community, but of course our farmers in the area. It's a big issue. I've been watching this for a while, and I was there only up to on Tuesday. And I know the government is taking different steps, but I want to lend my voice to the matter to say to the government that we need to keep pushing on and have that resolved. But not only that, but it's a warning to us that we need to look at our whole road infrastructure. I've been calling for us to look at our farm roads, because sometimes those farm roads become very critical roads that if we maintain them properly, they can be able to rescue us in situations like this one. In fact, I think this might even be almost the case. If we had one of those roads being maintained over the years, we would have had at least some little resolve. From the GCNA standpoint, I want to say that we have acted in such manner as of this week to, use the community center in Cloger in discussion with the farmers themselves to facilitate the purchase and so on, so that it alleviates the pain of them having with their 10 pounds, 5 pounds to get to Guelph, to get to Grenville. So, but it's beyond the nutmeg farmers. There are many other farmers plying the trade up in that area. That is a major issue, and so I want us to just keep pushing on with that. I look at it as a very difficult assignment there, very difficult assignment. But we have to get the right people, do the right geological studies, etc. on the matter. The other matter, Madam President, of interest, in fact, it's funny, because what I may have had to say, I may still say it in a certain way, because I was sent a video, and everything is on social media these days, with the Sargassum and some boat and guys with nets working in Longwall today, this morning, regarding the Sargassum factor in the Soubise area. It's been a serious issue. I know there have been several social media releases on the matter. I have done my personal investigation. I am aware of the Japanese involvement through questions to the Senate here, both in the past administration and current administration, as to the support the Japanese has given to fight this Sargassum issue. And somehow we have not really done justice to the aid that we would have received in terms of proper implementation and execution of those resources. My understanding is the Solid Waste Authority seems to be the operator, orchestrator for this, and I urge them through this medium to really do what is necessary, because at the same time what it does, whilst the government is the government and all of these are statutory bodies, it also makes like the government not doing anything, but really and truly they need to do their work too. And so at the same time the government need to ensure that they're doing their work. They all have to work collaboratively, and they need to get up and get, because you cannot have this boat sitting down, cannot have all those things sitting, and it's a bad thing. We have to do better than that. We have to do better than that, and that is the whole issue of our allegiance to Grenada. We have to do better than that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Any other hearing? None. Let me thank all of you, distinguished senators, for your patience and contributions today, both on government business and on public business. Thank you for the preparation, the delivery, and the hope and expectation that are contained in your contributions, your statements. On your behalf, I want to thank all those who are associated with the conduct and accomplishments of the government's business, including our legal volunteers, led by King's Counsel Francis Alexis, and next to him today, Ewart Lane, otherwise known as Headache, across the nation. And in his absence, we thank King's Counsel Ruggles Ferguson and the many women in the chamber of the Attorney General who labor in drafting bills. Thanks to the CCR, Citizens for Constitutional Reform, in its entirety. Thanks to all who have made this possible. We are one nation, one people, And through the debate and its outcome, we are traveling in one direction, in the same direction of travel, toward the ownership and expansion of our national sovereignty as a vibrant, dynamic national tapestry, both of our history, but of our present and future. So we are going forward as we always have, despite the ups and downs. We are going forward as one people, one nation, one liberated Grenada. Congratulations, Senate. And may I wish you a happy first Emancipation Day on Emancipation Day. Happy first Emancipation Day. Happy August 1st. We look forward to the meaningful celebration of that. And may I just make two short announcements before I take the vote for adjournment, that we senators, you are needed for, we can say urgent and immediate meeting of the Parliamentary Conservation Caucus on Tuesday. You will be receiving notices for that and others. Yes, next Tuesday there'll be a meeting of the active meeting, and I'm proposing, because it's so urgent and that you will hear more, I'm proposing we meet over lunch. Do not give away your Tuesday lunch. It belongs to the Conservation Caucus. And secondly, and perhaps more urgently, the Grenada branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, a smaller number of persons, must meet before we go to the parliamentary conference in Barbados. And so I'm putting the Senate on notice that again we will be calling a meeting ASAP. Short of that, honorable members, staff, police officers, caterers, drivers, cleaners, ICT persons, visitors to the gallery, including our dear student from Georgetown University who sat through the whole day. Thank you all for being present, for contributing, and for making our work possible. And therefore, all those who are in favor of adjournment, please say aye. And those who would like to remain, say nay. The ayes have it, the Senate is resumed. And I forgot to say that we are on recess. The Senate is adjourned and we are in recess for the month of August. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.